Ray, I'll call the meeting to order, please. We're going to begin this council meeting by acknowledging that the County of Prince Edward is on traditional land that has been inhabited by Indigenous peoples from the beginning. We thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years, and we recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to the land. Today, the County of Prince Edward is still home to many First Nations and Métis people, and we are grateful to have an opportunity to meet here, work, and continue stewardship of the land. On behalf of the members of council and our municipal staff, I'd like to welcome the members of the public in attendance this evening, as well as those at home watching this special meeting of council. The meeting is being live streamed, and any participation in the meeting proceedings will become part of the public record. The agenda package was published last week, enabling members of the public and council to become familiar with the material we will be discussing this evening. It's available at the county's website at thecounty.ca. Members of the public who wish to provide comments under the section of the agenda titled Comments from the Audience may do so by contacting the clerk's office at clerks@pecounty.on.ca and registering to speak by noon on the Monday before the scheduled council meeting. The clerk's office can provide additional information. This evening, I will invite members of the audience to make a comment after we hear from the pre-registrants. This evening, we have 23 people that have pre-registered, so we're going to hear from them at up to 3 minutes each, and then I will ask the members of the audience if anybody else wants to come forward. A reminder that if you do participate, your name will be included in the council minutes and form part of the public record and will be posted to the county's website. I want to remind everyone that we may differ in opinions, but it's important to remain respectful of each other. For those in attendance, please refrain from clapping or cheering in the council chambers, as it detracts from the discussion and is in contravention of the procedural bylaw. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting streaming at the bottom right of the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. And the bylaws listed on this agenda provide the force of law to the decisions of council. So move to item 3 on the agenda, disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Anybody on council have anything to declare? Seeing none, we'll go to item 4, the confirmation of the agenda. If we could have a mover, Councillor Roberts, and a seconder, Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a Roberts-Prinzen motion that the agenda for the special council meeting of March 24, 2025 be confirmed.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. So we'll go now to deputations. And this evening I have 7 people listed. So we're going to take them in order. A reminder to those making a deputation that you have 10 minutes. And we have obviously a full list of people to hear from. So I'm going to be pretty strict on the timing. I will advise when there's 30 seconds left for you to either make the deputation or make a comment. So the first deputation is from Sami Lester, who is here, and I'm going to be, because we have people in the other room, there is still a little bit of room in the other room. If someone who's making a comment or a deputation is there, we'll give them time to come over here. So welcome, Sammy. Thank you for coming, and the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. Okay, whoops. Just want to make sure everyone can hear me. So before I've got to practice with this clicker. Okay, so before I introduce myself, I would like each of you to think for a moment about what your annual income is. So pick a number in your head, whether you know that from your notice of assessment if you filed your taxes, or if you think about what your monthly income is. So just pick a number in your head. Now, please divide that by 50%. How long could your household continue in your way of life if you had a 50% reduction in your income for the next 1 to 2 years? What expenses would you be cutting? How often would you be filling up on gas, and how long do you think you could afford your rent or your mortgage for? So who I am a social worker, so I am not an urban planner, economist, sales manager, or executive. So I am not going to be coming to you from a nitpicky point of view, number crunching, but rather a general social perspective, knowing the needs of some of the people in our region. So as a social worker, that means that I help people who are having financial, emotional, medical, housing, employment, or transportation issues, for starters, and try to find a way to resolve these issues. And I would also like to say I do not have health benefits. So every day in my role, I see how precarious life really is when you lose good health and the direct and immediate impacts that you have, that has on your finances. So I'm not only speaking out because I know what the people in our community need, but also I know how vulnerable I am and how vulnerable you are in the blink of an eye. So what I'm going to do today is do a little bit of an overview of the arguments that I'm going to call the NIMBY group has presented of themselves. So I've been thoroughly unsettled. I'm not here to be objective. I've been thoroughly unsettled by the rhetoric and hyperbole I have read by the vocal NIMBY group opposed to this project. So the next 3 slides will review the language being used to oppose this project. So first and foremost, let's examine what they have said about their own opinions and their research. Whose opinions have they gathered? They have not gathered those who live farther down Barker Street or on Down Street, where there are, in their definition, high-density apartments. Interesting, they are also concerned about only one block of vehicular traffic, which is also interesting as traffic obviously will not appear out of nowhere, and they will have to use other roads to get there. They also started this discussion on Facebook, and then when they were outnumbered in their point of view, they didn't just close commenting, but deleted the entire thread, saying that the conversation had been hijacked. So, thankfully, that post did generate a public response, which you are seeing here today. So, by their own definition, the people they surveyed live within Johnson, Bowery Street, and Queen Street, which means they did not survey the people who live on Downs Avenue, where there are 3- and 4-story apartment units, King Street, or Disraeli Street. So again, from their own documentation and words, this is some of the language that they have used. First of all, calling Queenie a rare gem. If Queenie is a rare gem, then North Marysburg School is a rare gem too. I don't think that that is a fair thing to say about Queenie. I think there are lots of other gems in Prince Edward County besides Queenie. Saying that this is not the stuff that makes the county the county. If you think about that, that's very interesting and ironic that creating affordable housing in Prince Edward County is said to not be the stuff that makes the county the county. Perhaps some of us would agree with that because the county is known to be very unaffordable and expensive. So, in my view, having grown up here and lived here for most of my life, I think the county is a bit overrated and understimulating. I wouldn't say that Queenie is the gem, and I think that the county can be known for things besides being unaffordable. The vocal opponents have also said that we are entrusted with this land, but actually you're not, because we're all landowners here. So the place that we live, and even Queenie, was not gifted to anyone, it was purchased. And actually, as you mentioned in the land acknowledgement, this is Indigenous land. But that's also sometimes inconvenient and better to ignore. So whose responsibility is Queenie property? Well, in the Western view, it's the landowner's responsibility, and currently the landowner is Prince Edward County and the County Council here. Their third biggest concern in one of their surveys was stating that there's a lack of public involvement. Well, since the conversation on Facebook was deleted because of public involvement, that's kind of ironic. And also when they have deliberately only surveyed people who probably support their point of view and who are not renters, that would be stifling public opinion and getting a diversity of point of view as well. And in terms of the statement, loss of potential that meets community needs, the key issue here is the biblical question that Jesus asked, who is my neighbor? Or who is my community? because the community these people are referring to do not include probably 90% of the people in this room, and definitely most of you councillors, as well, of course, myself. In terms of it being a radical increase in population at a location not designed to support it, I'll tell you what would be a radical increase in a location not designed to support it. That would be Cressy, Demarest and Rose Hall, not downtown Picton. So it seems to me, based on their own words and the quotes that I just shared with you, here are some of their underlying beliefs. They have stated that that their goal is to build a community that is inclusive of new options and new neighbors. I would call this a bluff. So some of the underlying beliefs seem to be, don't use our tax dollars to help people get housing, or at least people that aren't us. Queenie, this empty derelict tick breeding property, is the core of their community. The identity of this tiny area in Prince Edward County is fixed and change is not welcome. The neighborhood prefers people who have their own private high incomes and not those who need help from others or government tax-funded programs. Despite having sidewalks and 5-story buildings in Picton and all over the world, there will be more traffic within a 1-block radius, and so people are going to get hit by cars. And they don't want to look out their window at a building that's taller than a tree, despite the fact that they bought houses in Picton and not in the country. All of the arguments this group has, in my view, are simply straw man arguments, coming up with whatever minor issues that they can think of to halt this project because of the simple issue of an underlying attitude of discrimination and total ignorance towards the way of life of people who cannot afford market rent. So, in response to some of these NIMBY arguments, I would say, who are the residents going to be? They're going to be people, local people who I work with every single day, who I will be referring and encouraging them to live here. It's going to address the hemorrhaging of local Prince Edward County residents, and I do not foresee a lot of local or new people moving in. So in terms of what about doctors, what about infrastructure, what about childcare? If you have local people moving from Milford to Picton, or people from Picton moving to the next street over, we're not talking about an influx of new people. What about the nature of the neighborhood? Well, again, what is the definition of neighborhood? Because in the country, neighborhood is within 10 kilometers of me. But in this situation, the neighborhood is considered to be very small. And I'm not sure if we can just pull that down off the slide there. But the neighborhood is very small. So the statement that they've put out, that a redeveloped Queenie would eclipse the existing neighborhood, might be aptly rephrased to be called Queenie being the crown jewel of Picton. Yeah, so in terms of, they've also said the council is not listening to the community and the locals. Well, I would say that the community is much larger than Barker Street and the surrounding areas. 75% of Prince Edward County does not live in Picton and Wellington in towns proper, yet there are lots of people. I can't tell you how many people need this. And I obviously am not going to share names and personal stories, but it's an issue that's much larger than the 4 square blocks of Picton. In terms of loss of green space, that is such a moot point to me because you have Delhi, you have the Millennium Trail, you have PCI, you have the fairgrounds, you have Benson, all within 5 minutes. So loss of green space, you've got lots of options. What about the increased cost to taxpayers? You know what? Cost of living continues to go up. So nothing is going to be affordable. If you don't have affordable housing, you're shooting yourself in the foot for today and for tomorrow. Watching the time, we've got the
seconds.
Thank you. Social determinants of health. Counselors, I've already sent you my slides, so if you could take a look at that, I would encourage you to do that. Finally, this will work. Maybe it's not going to work. Not working. Okay. So your options are to listen to the vocal...
Got to wrap it up, Sammy.
Okay. You can listen to the vocal opponents who do not empathize with struggling people, or you can focus density in town and rather than taking over agricultural land and make life slightly better for people who are struggling in Prince Edward County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just see if there are any questions for members of council. Anybody have any questions for Sammy? No? Okay, thank you very much. So we've got to, we need to motion to receive the deputation. Councillor St. Jean and Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Your Worship. The St. Jean Roberts motion that the deputation from Sami Lester be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Okay, the next deputation is Lindsey Goodchild. Oh, you're here. Good.
Yes, I'm
Okay.
here.
Great, welcome. Thank you for coming, and reminder, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. Well, following that, I have some prepared statements, but I'd just like to say I very much reject the way that I was just painted, and I would appreciate if everybody would keep an open mind as I share my thoughts with you today. So good evening, members of the Prince Edward County Council and fellow citizens. My name is Lindsey Goodchild, and I stand before you today to address the pressing concerns surrounding the Queen Elizabeth School redevelopment project. As a representative of the Citizens for a Better Queen E Future, I urge the council members to consider the multifaceted implications of this project on our community, namely the scale, the density, the safety implications, and the costs. In my deputation today, I will raise questions that I hope we can have answered before any purchase and sale agreements are signed so that we can ensure we're all aware of the realities of this project as we go forward. To be very clear, I am not, and we are not against affordable housing. Quite frankly, I'm quite saddened and offended by that characterization of myself and this group in this way. I'm here, we're all here today because we care about the future of our community. But items such as density, land use, safety, heritage, green space, and the character of Picton need to be considered as we evolve and change as a community. I have a few comments on process and transparency. In regards to the process, I hope council isn't making any commitment to the developer on the potential land use change, which would require a rezoning under the Planning Act. As council is aware, it stands as the decision maker on land use changes. The Planning Act requires the council to be an impartial decision-making body when considering land use changes. Furthermore, the Planning Act requires public notification and consultation prior to any land use planning changes. Obviously, you guys know all of that, but other people in this room should be aware. I'd like to make a comment on transparency and how we got here today. There are many unanswered questions. The initial vision for this project has shifted dramatically from a community hub to high-density housing, without adequate engagement or explanation. Your taxpayers have invested $1.5 million into this property and deserve to have input into how the money is being used and how it's going to be used in the future. This property is a community asset, and there has been no information revealed on the true value of this community asset and what that might bring on the open market. To date, it's been very unclear on what the future costs of this project are to the taxpayers, and transparency is crucial if this community asset. Transparency is crucial regarding the scale and impact of this project. So we'd like to know, what are the various options considered for this site, and what were the cost benefits associated with each? How will the county ensure that a transparent and fair process will unfold for the future of this site? And in the spirit of transparency, agreements of purchase and sale should be released to the public prior to council making a decision to sell the property. In regards to the official plan and land use, the current proposal appears to contradict several key principles and crucial aspects of the official plan, such as protecting the distinct characteristics that make Prince Edward County attractive, ensuring new developments integrate sensitively with the built and existing forms, maintaining our heritage character, supporting livable communities. The proposed high-density development in the interior of a low-density neighborhood contradicts standard planning principles. It raises concerns about traffic, safety issues, and it conflicts with the existing built environment. So we would like to know, why are some components of the official plan being ignored? How are decisions made when they're in contravention to the official plan? And how can residents have faith in the official plan guiding the future of the county when many of its major tenants are being ignored? In terms of planning considerations and public participation, I have to say the public consultation process has been sadly inadequate. Asking residents to provide feedback on sticky notes is not sufficient for such a significant development. We need meaningful discourse and productive conversations about the future of the community. For one, I'd like to know what kind of urban planning expertise has been included in this project. Why aren't basic planning principles regarding density being followed? Why hasn't there been a fair and just process to incorporate the feedback of the community, all feedback from all sides? Why isn't a third-party community engagement firm being hired to complete a review of the public opinion if nobody else has time? When it comes to the economic development, heritage, and green space, our heritage is a significant draw for tourism and a cornerstone of our local economy. The proposed development risks damaging the character of this heritage neighborhood, potentially leading to serious economic consequences. The existing green space associated with the school is a cherished component of community life. Residents have an expectation that this space will be protected, not sacrificed for high-density development. The mass and height of the proposed development is incompatible with the existing neighborhood. It threatens the substantial investments residents have made into their properties. Further, the proposed development drastically alters the safety landscape of this neighborhood, which is in a highly trafficked school zone. Yet no traffic studies or safety studies have been undertaken. So I'd like to know, how have the risks of this project been considered? What process has been undertaken to understand the full costs and impacts of this project? When residents in this area made the investments of their lifetime into their homes here, they believed they could count on the council to look out for their interests. And I'd like to know, can this council be relied upon to look after the interests of all residents of the county? And lastly, could the council just consider completing a safety and traffic study prior to moving forward on the development? You know, I have some comments on the financial consideration, and there are just so many big questions regarding this component. And given the costs, and it's just such a large development, I can't believe I have to ask these at this juncture, but like, what were the financial and economic exercises undertaken regarding this project? What are the true and total costs of this project to taxpayers? Also, it appears the project's going to go forward on a tax-free basis. To date, we've not seen a financial analysis for forgiving taxes on this development. This means the rest of the county taxpayers will be subsidizing this development well into the future and taking on that tax burden. This seems like a serious economic impact to the financial picture of the county, and something that should be well understood and articulated in advance. Also, what other municipal projects are going to be sacrificed to support this development? Because as it appears, it's quite costly. We really need full transparency regarding the project's costs. That includes understanding site servicing, servicing connection. All of these things are huge costs to the community. Lastly, a professional property appraisal is necessary to determine the true market value of the site and assess the degree to which the development is being subsidized. In light of these concerns, we respectfully request that the council defer any further action regarding New View Holdings to the Queen Elizabeth School property. We ask for the opportunity, we beg for it, to receive written responses to our questions and concerns so we can share back with the wider community. Over 100 people have signed a petition asking to pause in the development process, and another 125 families have completed a neighborhood survey to express their views on this project. Like, people care. There's a deep need to understand the realities of this project. And in fact, this community engagement is a beautiful thing. It means people care about where they live. So anyways, I implore you to please take a pause, to get answers, to share answers, and move forward in a thoughtful manner. And that could be the difference in making this community stronger versus instead of making choices that could cause irrevocable damage. I really do appreciate your time and consideration. I hope we can work together to find a bright future for the Queen Elizabeth School site that respects our heritage, our community, and our shared vision for Prince Edward County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay. Any questions from members of council? Buddy? No, thank you very much. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation, please? Mover and a seconder. Councillor St. Jean, Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you, Worship of St. Jean McNaughton. Motion that the deputation from Lindsey Goodchild be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Madam Clerk, I believe Councillor Maynard is maybe trying to get in via Zoom. So, okay, the third deputation is Tim Johnson. Tim, oh, there you are. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming, and reminder, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you, councillors, Mr. Mayor, community members. I stand before you tonight to share the results of a community survey conducted last month that generated a 70% response rate. Your constituents have spoken, and their opinion should be valued. But before I get into the survey, I want to emphatically state that my wife and I support the need for affordable housing, unlike the characterization made earlier, and that the redevelopment of the Queen Elizabeth site should proceed. Picton needs affordable housing, but it must be developed in ways that are compatible with the county's official plan and with the existing neighborhood. Next slide, please. Okay. There we go. Thank you. So between February 1st and the 4th, 176 printed paper surveys were hand-delivered to every home in a 2-block radius of the former Queen Elizabeth site, shown in yellow here. Yeah, I would have loved it if I had time to walk around the entire community. I didn't. I put an effort into communicating with every single household in the immediate adjacent neighborhood. There was no effort to exclude anybody. Every home was visited. The survey was printed, but also included a link to an electronic version and a QR code to enable easy access. It contained 11 multiple choice questions with space for written response and comment. Hyperlinks were provided at the municipal website, which included the county's public information about the project. 123 responses were returned, representing a 70% response rate. For those unfamiliar with survey analysis, 70% response rate is remarkably high, and it thus reflects with great certainty the collated opinions of your constituents. So what did we learn from the survey? So the questions that you see here are verbatim from the survey. So 90% of the respondents were very aware or somewhat aware of the proposal. Interestingly, parks and recreation and community gardens were the most valued site considerations, ahead of various aspects of housing. 90% of the respondents wanted no structures more than 3 stories in height. 90% of the respondents supported low to moderate density housing, not the high density proposal from New View Homes. Further, 85% suggested fewer than 100 units could be accommodated, with 61% suggesting fewer than 50. New View Holdings is proposing 198 units. 85% of the respondents were very concerned about increased traffic volume. 92% felt the traffic flow and impact study must occur prior to entering into any agreement for this development. We raised this concern in November, but Council, the Director of Housing, and New View Holdings have failed to take any action on the matter. To that point, 93% agreed a fulsome public consultation should occur prior to any development being approved. This consultation is something Council directed staff to incorporate as a condition of any agreement with New View Holdings on November 26th. But still, 4 months later, no consultation has been initiated. It is also noteworthy that the current draft agreement before you tonight contains no stipulation for a mandated public consultation. We provided a link to the county's official plan. We directed people to Section 3, entitled General Development Policies. More than 85% of the respondents felt Council was not following their own official plan. You are not following your own rules. Our final question asked, what were the principal concerns with the project proposed by New View Holdings? You can see the responses here: traffic, inappropriate density, lack of public involvement, and safety. We provided space for people to write comments. Over half of the respondents took the time to share the concerns in their own words. 17 pages, single-spaced, using Word. That amounted to 4,238 words. That's a huge amount of public input. My wife is a health policy analyst. She used a software called NVivo. It's an analytical software used to identify patterns in unstructured data. She uses it every day in her job. She analyzed these responses. We don't have time to go through all of them, but these are the common themes, largely centered around safety and lack of due process. I will repeat my opening remarks. Respondents are not opposed to affordable housing, but this is a unique opportunity for the municipality. Take the time to do it right. Build better, not bigger. In closing, I wish to remind Council, staff, and the attendees of the facts behind the resounding concern for safety within the proposed development. This is a photo taken last week at 2:20 in the afternoon as students are discharging. One-way street, multiple school buses, groups of children trying to cross, and dozens of cars parked in the neighborhood. There are currently 140 structures in the impacted neighborhood based in the county's GIS. Newview Holdings proposes to increase that with 198 additional units. That's a 141% increase in the density. According to municipal staff, decision on this project has been delayed in part because of concerns that the existing infrastructure cannot handle that scale of development. The proposal will increase traffic by 170% based on the density proposed. The neighborhood road network is not conducive to a proposed increase in traffic volume. All roads entering and exiting the proposed development are in a designated school zone. This designation was made after Queen Elizabeth closed, recognizing that all those students are now attending PECI. There are over 1,100 students attending PECI, in addition to many staff. Numerous buses, 29 different routes every day, plus cars picking up and dropping off children, congest these roads, heightening the risk for pedestrians, seniors, and the neighbors. As our elected officials, their safety, the safety of your constituents, should be the utmost importance in any decision. The scale of the proposed development just does not fit within the neighborhood uses and greatly increases the risk of preventable injury to your constituents. So I appeal to you to please defer decision, not don't proceed. Defer it until Newview Holdings' proposal can address some of the concerns that I've identified in this survey of your constituent, of the community. So in closing, Mr. Goheen is recommending that you vote to approve Newview Holdings' proposal to develop 198 units of mixed market and affordable housing on the Queen Elizabeth site. I appeal to you to pause such a decision until the necessary research and consultation on safety and infrastructure can be completed. Well, you directed Mr. Goheen, and I quote, to include a clause in the agreement requiring Newview Holdings to develop a fulsome public consultation process to be implemented as the project moves into detailed site planning phase, motion 2024-525-4, November. There is no language of any sort requiring a public engagement in the current agreement. There is none. Further, item 8C of attachment 2, the municipal capital facilities designation bylaw and agreement, commit the developer to build 198 units on the site. That's agenda item 718C in the materials he provided. The density will no longer be open for any further discussion. That will preclude any reconsideration of traffic volume and safety, of green space, or any other potential uses of the site. As I have shown you, the community, your constituents, have very serious concerns with the proposal and have valuable and carefully thought out ideas to ensure the development is compatible with and benefits our community. Please pause the process, complete the public consultation, the traffic flow and safety studies, and then let's move ahead together to see this unique opportunity produce community services, affordable housing, and other amenities that everyone can support and be proud of. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Tim. Any questions from members of council? Anybody? No, thank you very much. Mover and a seconder to receive the deputation, Councillor Engelsdorfer, Councillor Prinzen.
It's an Engelsdorfer Prinzen motion that the deputation by Tim Johnson regarding the redevelopment of the former Queenie School property be received.
Thanks. Those in favor? That carries. Okay, the next deputation is Gary Ollson. Oh, there you are. Thank you for coming, Gary. And a reminder, you've got 10 minutes.
Mayor, councillors, community members, good evening. As I clear my throat. I'm Gary Ollson. I'm one of the 6 members of the Citizens for a Better Queen E community future making deputations tonight. On behalf of our group, I'm speaking to public consultation. Some of it you may hear is going to sound repetitive, but there's points we want to make and we want to leave with you. But first, the same as everybody else, I want to iterate that since our inception last August, we have unreservedly, in this process, supported a redevelopment of the QE property that includes affordable housing and includes a community service hub. Unreservedly. Under public consultation, have we held up our end as the public? Have we got involved? I'm speaking for our group, of course, but we have continually communicated to council and county staff and even New View Holdings. We have arranged separate meetings with staff and councillors. We've attempted to meet with New View Holdings. We've launched a petition to council, 108 signatures. We conducted a comprehensive survey of residents, which we just heard about. We sent a detailed brief to council. We placed an ad in the Gazette. We sent a news release to the media. We have been interviewed by television and print media. And we spoke at council meetings, as we are doing again tonight. So we've been involved, we've been engaged. We never expected to be successful at every turn, but despite our concerted efforts, we have been frustrated to no end by the county's failure to listen or even acknowledge in any substantive way our voice concerns. And we are bewildered by the lack of transparency throughout the process. But with the agreements being tabled this evening, we are now at the peak of our frustration and disappointment with the process. Contrary to your direction as a council, the agreements before you are completely silent on the matter of public consultation. Not one word. And I'm sure, because I read through the whole 191 pages in the agenda, then I took it and put it on PDF, and I ran it a whole bunch of keywords looking for it, and nothing at all came up in the agreements about public consultation, despite what you directed. Well, the stage was set back in August of last year, I think, when the county cited only one single risk to the project, so specifically neighboring residents and the public, i.e. your constituency. How can you meaningfully consult with the people that you see as being the project's main and only risk? I'm not sure. Is it a coincidence that the county limited its public consultation to a single meeting last September and have been totally silent since on their part? At that meeting, 2 county staff and a councillor told the crowd about their perceived benefits of the development to our neighborhood and the community. And then the mics were turned off. No chance to express views, no chance to question, no chance to discuss in open forum. Nothing. The only feedback, and we've already alluded to, is made out at the back of the room. You were limited to writing on sticky notes on posters, or there were even some limited space on some comment cards. And then staff did not use the feedback in its own work when they were trying to decide who's going to be the one that the contract's being awarded to. But they simply passed it, a summary of the sticky notes to the proponents, 5 of them at that time, for their possible consideration or not in their bid to get the contract. Sadly, that was the county's single stab at public consultation, essentially a one-way disclosure. Then at the November 26th council meeting, at which you directed staff to include the requirement for a fulsome public consultation process in the agreement, has already been said, and I'm saying again, the proposed agreements before you do not contain one single word about public consultation, not one. So where did it go? The housing report we will hear about tonight is an information document that serves to give us background and explain agreements. Unlike the agreements, the report does speak to public consultation. That report also summarizes the terms forming the basis of the separate agreements, specifically in detail. In that summary, the report states that New View Holdings will agree to exceed the public consultation process described by the Planning Act. Absolutely nothing in there. The term never made it. That term that was supposed to be in there never made it to the agreements. Still dealing with the report, it goes on to say that New View has proposed the consultation process will include a facilitated charrette process. In essence, an intensive multidisciplinary workshop with multiple stakeholders, including the public. Realize, though, that the charrette consultation process is not required by the agreement, and there's nothing binding about a charrette by New View. It is entirely at their discretion. Realistically, it will be one of many issues on their plate as the project goes forward. As with any developer, New View can't help but be fettered by other and more overriding concerns, not the least of which is the challenge of ongoing costing of any project these days. and in particular, even more in today's volatile and unpredictable economy. So is this the death knell for public consultation in the project? Even if consultation manages to keep its head above water, I suggest that the impact will still be rendered ineffective. Why ineffective? It comes down, and Tim talked about this, and so did Lindsay, but it comes down to the scale of the project being locked in by the agreement, or agreements now. All the other elements of the project, such as traffic safety and green space and so on, are directly tied to the scale of the project. The proposed municipal housing project facilities agreement, one of the four, explicitly states that the developer will develop the property into 198 housing units. It goes on to state that the developer will not make any material changes in the definitive agreements which pertains to the number or type of residential dwelling units of the project without written consent of the county. The bottom line, 198 units will be locked in, as will the plan for 4 multi-story apartment buildings and its completely enclosed asphalt expanse for parking. What does that mean? Well, let's say a traffic study is done after the agreements are signed, and it concludes that the traffic flow poses an unacceptable risk to the public. So what happens? The key to traffic flow is the scale of the development. There would be other things you can do, but the real key is the scale of the development. And there lies the other crux of the matter, the unchangeable scale and density of the project. So why not do a traffic study prior to the agreements? You've already been asked. It only makes sense. So you can do something about it before the shovels are in the ground. So where are we? We have an agreements that are devoid of public consultation and sadly can be seen to finally eliminate the risk to the project. Arrangements that cast the scale of the project in stone, thus obviating any meaningful change to all the other aspects of the project. We have a developer who has supposedly now taken an interest in public consultation after hardly paying lip service to it up until now. And a developer who, even if he wholeheartedly now embraces public consultation, will be fettered by the agreements and likely at no fault of his own conflicting priorities. From the point of view of consultation and transparency, we ask you pause the process. Not end it, just pause it. Take a breath. Temporarily leave the agreements on the table. In the meantime, engage the public, regain his trust. Re-examine the whole project in an all-encompassing, transparent manner, and to include, at the very least, a comprehensive consultative charrette, like is talked about in the housing report, but before the agreements are signed. You're using a charrette to decide the fate of the Wellington Town Hall as we speak. Why not the same for QE? Once done, all that, reassess and move forward.
30 seconds, Gary.
All I got left on my piece of paper is thank you. But I would love to answer any questions or respond to anything you want to ask me.
Any questions from members of council?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time this evening. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive Gary's deputation, please? Councillor Nyman and Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a Nyman panel motion that the deputation by Gary Ollson regarding the redevelopment of former Queen Elizabeth School property be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Next is Dave McKenzie.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, my name is
Go
Dave
ahead, 10
McKenzie,
minutes.
and I live on Paul Street here. There's been a lot of contradictory statements and hypocritical decisions by some of the councillors and municipal staff over the Queen Elizabeth School redevelopment. There's also been a lack of consultation to the public on what we really want. Sure, you might have a web portal where you can go in and find a topic and put in what you want, but that's not real general consultation. We have done the legwork for you. Uh-oh. Put that one down. Okay, perfect, thank you. I'm using local newspaper articles, and here are some of the things that council quoted during the consideration of acquisition and the process since. Quinty News, April 11th, 2024. But rather than let the offer expire, council agreed last week as a committee to purchase the former school anyway with taxpayers' money. How could we not? Implored Mayor Steve Ferguson. We have a housing crisis, and this will help and provide a centralized hub. Without funding, we are a hostage to developers, and without a plan, there's no way to know the actual cost. Oops, sorry. I'm not used to doing this sort of thing. Quinty News, April 11th, 2024. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Same article, St. Jean. It will be darn easy to double our money if we just flip it, said the Picton councillor. But that isn't what I suggest we do here. If we carve off a piece of land for Affordable Housing Corporation, then the entire purchase will be supported by the sale of the building according to his calculation. Well, we can't double our money according to the purchase agreement, but the big question is, why wasn't Affordable Housing Corporation involved in this? Same article, St. Jean. Neighbors are not in favor of big developers moving in, said St. Jean. They want to see a community-led initiative that controls what goes on here. That is correct. And that's exactly what really didn't happen. Picton Gazette, October 2, 2024. Adam Goheen, the county's director of housing, said talks with the developers are midstream. And the purpose of the meeting was to see what a development partner can do and what the public can tolerate. If you sell them the property, they're not a partner. We gave our feedback. Density was the major issue, and it was not addressed sufficiently. It was a 10% reduction only. Wellington Times, November 18, 2024. What about the neighbors? Later in discussion, Councillor McNaughton mentioned that the neighbors of the former school have views about what will happen to this site. Quotes, the community in the area feel more comfortable if the municipality controlled the real estate, said McNaughton. It would help them understand their needs as part of the picture in this well-established part of Picton. St. Jean concurred. Bingo. Why wasn't that done? Question, who manages this project down the road? The future is an unknown. We have a better plan. The community wants to help design a new facility. It's important that we retain the property. We'll be able to control the rent. We'll have a hub and we'll have affordable homes. Keeping the old school and repurpose it aligns with 5 objectives of our 10-year plan, page 4. Govern effectively, i.e. listen to the adjacent populace. Number 2, invest in our rural character. It's already there. It's part of our neighborhood. Strive for infrastructure. This plan costs less. Rise to climate change. Repurpose the school instead of sending it to landfill. And finally, number 5, support a community that cares. We really do care. We do need a charrette. That was, and I know Gary defined it, but I'm going to do it again. This is defined as a collaborative planning process that harnesses the talents and energies of all interested parties to create and support a master plan that represents transformative community change. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Dave, see if there are any questions for you. Anybody? No, thank you very much for your time. Mover and a seconder to receive the deputation, please. Councillor Engelsdorf or Councillor Pennell?
It's an Engelsdorf or Pennell motion that the deputation by Dave McKenzie regarding the redevelopment of the former Queenie School property be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Okay, we're on to Marilyn Leighton. Welcome, Marilyn. We've got
Hi, everybody.
10 minutes.
Just need to figure out how to use this thing. This side? Okay, well, I got the first one. Let's just hit this. Oh, the slide's kind of funny. Oh, well. Okay, so my time's beginning right now, I guess.
I'm going to start right now.
Here we go. Okay. This is a picture that was in the post that came from Global News. And Lars, who's not here tonight, took this picture. And this is the size of a 3-story building just across the street from the Queenie site. The proposal has a 3-story and 4-story buildings. They say that they're 3.5 and 4.5 stories, but nobody lives in a half a story. They're partly underground. So we can see the density of how large that tree is, and that's a 3-story. Imagine another story on top of that. So Honorable Council, I'm Marilyn, and I'm here with the Queenie group. And anybody who's in the Queenie group or representing us, could you just sort of show us your hands who you are? We're a large group of people, and a lot of people are in the other room as well. We, the concerned citizens of the Queenie community, urge you to carefully consider the proposed high-density development in our heritage neighborhood. While we acknowledge and indeed support the need for affordable housing, we strongly believe that this proposal fails to balance density and scale with the preservation of the community's character and heritage. In terms of density, I've got another slide. Excellent. Here's one building in Picton. This is a 4-story building. The proposed site has 4 buildings like this in a very small space in the middle of a residential school zone. It has a huge parking lot, 250 cars or plus. So the proposed development is incompatible with the surrounding homes. Lacking green space, the development will eclipse the existing heritage community, compromising its unique character. Furthermore, it introduces 4- and 5-story towers accompanied by large parking, which will radically change the neighborhood. No city planner would consider this proper integration, and it is alarming that no one from council has consulted a city planner for this project. No city planner has been involved. In terms of compatibility and impact, the development density combined with the incoming homes that will be built beyond Center and Century will forever alter the neighborhood. Traffic volume and patterns will never be changed. This causes enormous safety concerns, traffic congestion, and the strain on infrastructure and local services, and it will further increase our taxes. And taxes are exploding in the county. Exploding. 8%, 10% within the last year and 2. Moreover, the initial goals for this site is to provide much-needed social services. Oh, I should go back. Sorry. Much-needed social services. And we should repurpose the school for community programs. The plan changed radically from its inception, without any consultation, abandoning the opportunities to create a vibrant, much-needed community hub. The school is a perfectly sound building and could be repurposed for the community. They say that asbestos is a problem. Well, the high school has asbestos in it. A lot of our homes have asbestos in it. I worked in schools for 30 years. Every school I worked in has asbestos. And as long as you don't disturb the asbestos, it's safe. Once you start tearing the asbestos out, that's when you have health issues. So the school is perfectly sound. It has 2 gyms. It has classroom space that's perfectly set up for daycare and office space. You could have your offices there. Building maintenance is way cheaper than a rebuild. Please do not lose this opportunity to repurpose the school for the community, all the stakeholders. In terms of the official plan and bylaw compliances, this is your official plan. This is it. You spent a lot of time working on the language. Thousands and thousands of hours went into this plan that you are supposed to be following. However, when going through section 3.3 of the zoning laws, you emphasize compatibility, livable communities, and preserving the heritage of the community. Specifically, I quote, you're supposed to be sensitive to integration in the existing forms and landscapes in ways that contribute to the character of the area while enhancing the character of the county. 4-story and 5-story buildings with a sea of asphalt, small triangle pieces of grass, and a few saplings is not integration. You're supposed to ensure ensure growth that supports livable communities. Well, where are the doctors, the daycare, the medical facilities, social activities that could be used there? They don't exist. The original plan says they don't have space for daycare. They don't have space for medical offices because the hub is too small and there's not enough parking. The building should integrate with the economic development. Yet the council, you don't want any industry. We're a retirement community. So it's unclear where the 200 to 400 people living in the 1- and 2-bedroom apartments there are going to find jobs. In the county's own words, as the county grows, it is important to protect and enhance the qualities that attract the people who came here in the first place. Ask yourselves, what are the needs of all the stakeholders? The development also violates Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act, that was established in 2022, which does not permit a municipal council to require a developer to designate a percentage of the units of the market affordable housing. Under the provincial legislation zoning, it requires a cap of 5% of units that are only allowed in major station areas. Therefore, this locking in the developer into 198 units is against the law. In terms of Newview Holdings, Newview Holdings has only completed only one development in Bowmanville, consisting of 75 units. We question whether or not we were misinterpreted about their reputation as a builder. Then there was a rapid sale that also raises concerns. What is the long-term commitment that they will have to the Queenie site? This is a for-profit, Toronto-based builder. The money is going out of the county to a Toronto person when we have all kinds of people in the county who we could use for this build. There are tradespeople. We have very smart people that could do the work rather than taking it out of the county, taking the money out of the county. It's ridiculous. Newview initially had said in one of the reports that they were talking to Quinte Isle nonprofit housing. But when we called, we discovered there is no such agreement. This raises concerns about management. Who will manage the site? Who? County? Furthermore, why does Newview Holdings have no online presence? Has the council and the staff done their due diligence? A visit to the site shows a massive parking lot. This is the site here. No green space, tall, bright lights, and 1, not 4, buildings that overtake this neighborhood. And has the council considered the statistics regarding the police presence to Newview Holdings in Bowmanville? Over the last 2 years, this is the Durham Police Report, have been called to the site 422 times. Recommendations.
You've got 30 seconds, Marilyn.
Okay. Conduct a meaningful public consultation, consider safety, be in compliance with your own official plan as well as Bill 23. We urge you to carefully consider our concerns and recommendations. And we ask council, a member of council, to please ask for a pause to this project until a responsible planning, safety, and infrastructure costs can be evaluated. And thank you for your time and attention to the matter. And please ask me some questions.
Yep, thanks very much, Marilyn. Any questions for Marilyn? Councillor McNaughton?
Thank you. Oh. Voila. Hi, Marilyn. We've had lots of chances to talk and with both Phil and I and with staff. I just wanted to clarify the Planning Act limits on inclusionary zoning, that 5% that you referred to, doesn't necessarily apply in a sale agreement. So that would be a different type of vehicle, I believe. But I wanted to sort of acknowledge the work that you've done in the group with studying the official plan, and just gently press back and say there are other things in the official plan that are required, which are providing a mix of housing. The mix in that area is limited.
Could you cite that for me? Because I didn't see that. Could you be able to cite that for me?
Marilyn,
Yeah. I can. But I will try to do so quickly. I can certainly send it to you. I think I don't have a page reference, but I can certainly send it to you. It says in, I think, the same section that a mix of housing styles is to be encouraged as well in the same
We're not disputing that, Kate, at all.
Yeah.
We think it's a great idea.
that's
We
where
want
my-
a charrette. We want
That's
to
where my
pause.
question
Marilyn,
goes to.
just let
Oh, go on,
Kate
sorry.
finish, please.
That's where my question goes to. So, I actually was very appreciative of the changes that we did see, which took the building heights down to 3.5 stories in that location. And was wondering sort of what you felt like for along the road, along Barker Street and along Queen Street, what sort of look that you wanted to see, just you personally right now.
Well, I'd like to refer to the team, because I'm all about collaboration and teamwork and having a charrette. And I believe that, as a charrette, if we get our people together, we can come up with a good plan. And we can all work together.
And that opportunity is going to come, for sure.
Oh, so you're
It's in there.
pausing. Great. I'd love that.
I believe it's in our next steps and part of the terms that are required to be fulfilled.
Okay.
But
Councillor
I'll keep it on my list to ask staff for a more fulsome explanation as the meeting goes forward.
Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just trying to understand. So has there been a meeting with your group and the county staff as well as council?
And the other people in the community who have a vested interest. We are all stakeholders in this. Not only myself, but all the stakeholders. No, oh, I see. We've never met with county staff. We asked for a meeting with county staff. No. Okay, I'm sorry. Ask me the question again, because I'm confused.
So have your group met with county staff and council to understand what the project is, since we've seen this, I guess, and I don't know if staff can answer it, or I'm going to ask you.
We met on 2 occasions. The first occasion, about 4 of us met with Kate and Phil and Adam. And then the second meeting, we included Mayor Ferguson with us. And the first meeting, it didn't go over very well, I just have to say. We had the meeting, we felt as if everybody was talking. There was, when we left, we felt that the information that we tried to share with them and the questions were not answered, and it was lip service. The second meeting that we had, we asked we were a little bit more proactive with that meeting, and we asked that we chair the meeting and that we went through several questions, and we talked about density, and we asked them to please, help us understand, and, what are we going to be doing in terms of consultation? Again, we left the meeting feeling that was just lip service. We didn't feel that we were listened to. We don't feel that we were valued. We didn't feel that anything that we had said was actually put into the agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So without getting into great detail, a lot of what you just said, Marilyn, is included in the agreements. A lot of what you said is not 100% true. have exaggerated a number of things, particularly sizes of buildings. The group was told after, and I can't remember if it was the first or second meeting, that the party New View had stated that they would be dropping the size of the buildings, but you continue to bring that forward. And it's just not true. Let's get to the facts here. So I wanted to get that out there right away. My question, however, to you, and because this particularly concerns me, when one of the first things that you did on our, I believe it was the January 24th meeting or 23rd, you brought up the police report. So I have to know, I have to ask the question, do you equate affordable housing with high crime rates?
Councillor St. Jean.
No.
I have to ask the question because
Absolutely not.
that is the impression I got.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Question is fine.
That's
please.
offensive.
Tone, I'm
I
sorry,
find
I'll
that
settle my
extremely
tone.
offensive. I'm bringing it up because it's a fact.
It is a fact in Bowmanville. So.
Sold by somebody not very well managed.
Let's not get into an argument, please, and please observe being polite on both sides as we have conversation and ask questions and keep questions to the point, please, everyone.
Yeah, and I just wanted to respond to the density and scale. It has not changed from 3.5 and 4.5 story. It's really the same, 4-story and 5-story.
Okay.
Floors.
Are there
4 floors, 5 floors.
Any more questions for Marilyn? No? Okay, thank you very much, Marilyn.
Thank you very much.
A mover and a seconder to receive the deputation, please. Councillor Nyman, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a Nyman panel motion.
So I just wanted to say Lars is actually...
Just a minute, please. We're in the middle. Go ahead.
That the deputation by Marilyn, Leighton regarding the redevelopment of the former Queen Elizabeth School property be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? That carries. Okay, we're on now to Lars Hansen.
Your Worship, Mr. Hansen was intending to join via Zoom. He's unable to connect, so I believe that Ms. Leighton is going to do his deputation for him, if that's agreeable to you.
Who's going to do it? Sorry? Oh, okay. All right, Tim. Yeah, I think there's a slide presentation as well.
Yeah, so I will just ask council before I approach the podium. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. I can go up if you'd like, but I do not want to be seen as taking a procedural bias. So Mr. Hansen is unable to connect. If people do not want me to speak to his slides, I would just ask that we can at least view his slides.
Well, this is, yeah, the slide deck is pretty straightforward. So you're just going to refer to that?
So I will admit, it's going to be a bit of a surprise for me, but yes, I will try to respond to his slides as best I can.
Let's proceed then, and you've got 10 minutes.
Okay. And again, I thank council, I thank the community members, everyone who's paid time here tonight. What Mr. Hansen was planning on doing was to sort of sum up some of the concerns that we've been enlightened with over the past 8 months or so, that we've been trying to learn about this agenda and share our knowledge with the community. Okay. So the traffic safety report, that was something that was identified in November. It caused pause around the circle here as people reflected on the urgency and the need for that traffic safety report. We find it quite frustrating that we were told by the Director of Housing to contact New View Holdings. New View Holdings told us to talk to the Director of Housing. At the end of the day, there is no traffic safety report. And so, we just ask, this seems like a critical element to understand whether the amount of vehicular traffic currently moving through there and that will be added does pose a significant concern. But if we move to an agreement, then it is a little late to go back and ask that question at that point. Also, the traffic safety study has to happen when school's in session. Strategically, we're now moving into days away from April. School is going to adjourn soon. Doing a traffic safety study in July is not going to inform anybody about the true traffic volume. There's an urgency. It's been stalled for 4 months. It's not moving forward. Our residents need a council that follows the commitments made in their official plan. Yes, we respect that different sections of the official plan do identify different things. I believe it's section 4 that addresses other issues such as affordable housing and other things. We do acknowledge that. Councillor McNaughton, I apologize if that did not seem to come through. We simply looked at section 3, which was, I forget the general principles of development. But within that, preserving heritage character, making sure it's compatible. There are elements of that section alone that do not seem to be attended to. The residents need a process with meaningful public consultation. Again, we heard it from Mr. Ollson, we've heard it from Ms. Leighton. A proper Shire process allows time and creates a shared purpose and support. That's what we've asked for. And again, I did the same thing as Mr. Ollson. I took the PDF of the 191 pages that were provided by the Director of Housing, and I searched using keyword terms, and I found absolutely no hit on anything like consultation, public, and so engagement. So there just does not seem to be. I hope Mr. Goheen will prove me wrong, but I could not find any evidence of that. And that was a direct ask of council to ensure that appears in any agreement. We ask that density that makes sense. So again, using GIS in a different way, somebody informed us that if you look at the current density of houses per square meter or hectare of the neighborhood, the proposed development will be 4 to 5 times the density of the current neighborhood. That does not sound compatible to me. The massive new density brings significant challenges with infrastructure, traffic, et cetera. So, we're not planners. We can't propose a number, but we're just saying 4 to 5 certainly seems out of line. Maybe something a little bit less could be considered, and that would be discovered. It came up through our public engagement. Maybe it'll come up through your own Shire process if you do proceed that direction. So why are we here? We're here to build a community that's inclusive of new options with new neighbors that respects the heritage that we have here already. We're not trying to keep people out of our neighborhoods. We are not NIMBYs. We are residents. We have spent our lives here, raising our families here. We are passionate about our community and everyone that's here. And no, do not brand us, do not mischaracterize us. That was very unfair. We are people that care about our community, and we want to see this opportunity done right. I believe with that, it's a choice. Build a balance that captures the aspirations of the whole community. Build better, don't build bigger. And I believe that's the end. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Tim. I don't know if you're going to, we'll see if there are any questions, and they're going to go to you. Anybody? Councillor Brainy?
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson. I thought you did a good job with the slides for what it's worth.
Winging it. Thank you. A little passion. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
No. Okay, thanks very much, Tim. Moving a seconder to receive the deputation, please. Councillor Prinzen and Councillor Nyman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. That the deputation by Tim Johnson in replacement of Lars Hansen, who was unable to connect regarding the redevelopment of the former Queen Elizabeth School property, be received.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Okay, we'll move on now to comments from the audience. And as I mentioned at the outset, got about 22 people that are signed up. I'm going to ask to waive the procedural bylaw to, because I think we're going to exceed our 30 minutes here. Are you moving this, Councillor McNaughton? Seconded by Councillor St. Jean. Those in favor of extending the time, please. And that carries. Okay, so we've got, as I say, I've got 22 people that have pre-registered. Then I'm going to ask members of the audience following those 22 if they want to make a 3-minute comment. I'm going to be strict about the timing because of the numbers. And I'll give a little bit of, some of the commenters may be in the other room, so for those in the other room, please pay attention as I call out names. And we'll start with Kendall Markland first. Welcome, Kendall.
Hello.
And so you've got 3 minutes to make your comment, please.
All right. Well, as you've said, my name is Kendall Markland, and I, first off, don't want to misrepresent myself here. I'm not here before you as a resident of Prince Edward County. I am someone who was born and raised here and whose family goes back generations on all sides. I have volunteered with Mount Tabor for over 30 years. As a teenager, I worked to raise money to build the Picton skate park. And I have worked at most, if not so many of the local businesses in this area, starting at age 13, cleaning rooms at Isaiah Tubbs, and now 25 years later, working in one of your Main Street shops. I'm someone whose family is widely still living here and whose friends are also still here. Sadly, I'm also someone whose family is buried in Wellington, Bloomfield, Cherry Valley, and Picton. And every year I come here to lay a wreath at the cenotaph with my father for my grandfather. I am someone who even 10 years ago was priced out of this area. And the terrifying part is that I've seen it only get worse from there. I have watched countless apartments that people I know and love have lived in turned into short-term accommodations. I have watched the remaining apartment prices rise beyond the reach of my peers and family. I have personally seen my friends choose to feed their children and not themselves. And I have seen those children notice and ask why their parents are not eating with them, which is something no child should have to do. I have watched the county, the community I love, crumble and struggle with workers such as me asking, can I eat or pay my rent? I myself must pay exorbitant amounts to commute for work, to see my loved ones, and to continue volunteering and building a community here that I feared very long time had been lost. The county has changed both for better and worse, but it is undeniable that it has changed. And with this change has come changed needs. This community needs affordable housing, and it needs it yesterday. The arguments I've seen today here in opposition seem petty and out of touch with those of us who work multiple jobs just to wish to be afforded the dignity to have a roof over our heads and a full belly.
30 seconds, Kendall.
Over the last 5 years, myself and others have been called essential, we've been called heroes, we've been called the backbone of the economy. But we have also been spoken down to and told to get a real job and shamed for having the audacity to want to survive, not even thrive, in this community. We are the ones who cook your food, clean your houses, we sell you your groceries. We are the nurses and PSWs who heal your wounds.
Need to wrap up, please.
I do not believe that by their own numbers, 1.7% of Picton residents should overcome the fact that people here simply cannot afford to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for Kendall? Please, a reminder, everyone, we've got a 3-minute time limit, and I'll remind people at the 30-second mark. So we'll move on now to Aaron Ahern. Is Aaron? Okay. Thanks very much.
Yeah, good
Got
evening.
3 minutes.
I'm going to talk as fast as I can. My name is Erin Ahern. I'm a resident in the Barker Street neighborhood. I grew up in the county but left in 2008, ironically due to the increasing hardship of trying to make ends meet in a seasonal economy. After living on the East Coast for many years, I moved back here 4 years ago after a wholly unpredictable event left me in a place where I had to leave the home I owned essentially overnight and return to the county with my 2 young children. For the first 2 years, I lived at my parents' home in Bloomfield while I found a job and began to look for adequate housing for my family. After I was able to find a year-round job that I love with an employer who works very hard to pay me a living wage, it took me almost 12 months of apartment hunting to find something appropriate that was even remotely within my ability to pay. I was incredibly lucky to find a home located within a 10-minute walk of everything I needed for work, my kids' school, and the day-to-day living of the county, with landlords that had set a price hundreds of dollars below any other 2-bedroom that I had found in a many months-long search that often felt defeating. On paper, that home costs me 90% of my take-home income. I'm only able to live in the county because I have the privilege of family who can help me and savings from a property I was eventually able to sell. I say this not for sympathy, but to highlight how truly dire the current rental market is and how quickly one can find themselves in a precarious housing situation. Living in this neighborhood has allowed me to regain an independence that I had to give up for my children's safety to build an amazing village to raise them in. That village includes friends who live within a few minutes' walk, regulars from the 2 local businesses that I work at, who I run into at coffee shops and grocery stores, and all of the other joys and familiarity of a small town life. It is an ideal location for those of us that work and serve this community year-round. I've spent the better part of the last year pouring my spare time into an art and music collective with my peers to help shape and create a community I truly love living in, and not just one that I feel stuck being in due to circumstances beyond my control. So you can imagine how exciting it was to hear that the county was planning to start addressing the housing crisis here by way of a development at Queenie. 198 units is only a drop in the bucket of what's needed, but a solid start in an area whose vacancy rate is 0.08%, with much of the available housing priced hundreds of dollars over market rate. As of Sunday night, there were less than 10 two-bedrooms on the county's housing listing website at market rate and 0 affordable units available. Given the proposed 3 to 4 story buildings, a common height for apartments within Picton, and the community with 3-story single-family homes, I was very disheartened that this seems to be the main focus of pushback against this plan, and was further disheartened when I received a survey delivered to me that did not include a single mention of affordable housing, rental rates, or the housing crisis anywhere in it. We cannot afford to build less than what is currently planned. We cannot afford to delay a project that will still take years to complete. This place truly is a gem, a rare opportunity to invest in the future of our community, one that cannot exist if the housing situation doesn't turn around here fast, and it would be criminal to waste it.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Next is Alexander Curry. Okay, welcome, Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everybody.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Alex Curry. First off, I'd like to say I'm a single father. So right off the hop, I don't exist in this housing market. It's okay. I'm used to it. I've dealt with it. Do you know how hard it is to assume at all times that housing isn't designed, thought, or attainable to you? Well, I'm here to say it's really hard. It's okay. I'm used to it. I've dealt with it. At one time, I shared a home to raise my family. We had 2 cars, a growing national business with employees and contracts to fill, a multi-year successful town festival, philanthropic ventures, etc. Then the pandemic hit. I took our daughter to our seaside family trailer in Nova Scotia to give her a semblance of normalcy for a summer. Upon return months later, my then partner found a new partner. I was cut out of the business, the house, etc. I was told it was never mine. I was just an employee. My whole life changed. During an absolute and all-encompassing panic, I found a somewhat suitable bachelor apartment in downtown Picton for myself and my then 5-year-old daughter. I thought, this'll do for now, until I found something else. You know, I really enjoyed that apartment. Despite the cigarette smoke stains, old and failing appliances, multiple owners, rent increases, and tiny size, it would do for now. Well, for now it turned into 4 years, with my daughter now outgrowing the space. With absolutely nothing even close to our price range, I was forced to leave Picton and move out into County Road 4. My daughter now has her own room, but at a cost. We have no kitchen, no counters, no cabinets. I have a small sink to do dishes, and I'm still without my own room or living space. But it's okay. I'm used to it. I've dealt with it. My generation is the first generation where we are leaps and bounds off worse than the previous. I'll never retire. I'll never own a house. Don't even think about it. I'll never have savings. I don't have a doctor, and I can't afford to go to the dentist. Maybe I'll go back to school at 50. God knows. I'm stuck here. My child needs to be close to their mother, and I need to be close to my child. There's no moving away for me to find something better. I'm trapped here for a long time. I harbored deep resentment towards this reality for a very long time. But for now, I'm going to do everything I can to make this place I am forced to live in an enjoyable community for those of us that are barely scraping by. One accident emergency away from actual threat of homelessness. Do you know what? That's okay. I've dealt with it. I'm going to make sure that I can do everything that I possibly can to make sure that my okay is never the okay for the next generation. I'm not looking for sympathy. Like I said, I'm okay.
30
What I'm looking,
seconds, Alex.
thank you. What I'm looking to do now is to show you exactly who needed this housing. Not now, not next week. I needed this 5 years ago. Who your expanded rapid growth left behind. And I'm one of the lucky ones. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Okay, thanks very much, Alex. Any questions from members of council? No? Okay, thank you very much. Next, I've got Kara Hepburn. Kara's here? Good.
Yes,
Okay.
I am. Thank you, Mayor Ferguson,
Go ahead.
Council.
You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding the QE development project. It's been interesting talking to or listening to everyone's deputations and what they have to say from different viewpoints. I had a lot more to say. I think a lot has been said, so I won't repeat it. So I guess my main focus really is looking at the basic numbers. Council wants to build 100 affordable units with another 100 market value rentals on the 4-acre Queenie property. A developer who lives within this area or who's developing within the town limits has 700 acres and is required to provide 5% affordable housing. If we look at phase 1 of a development, let's say 700 homes, that's 35 affordable units. Not 100, but 35 in 700 acres. If you apply this 5% requirement to the current population of Picton, which is approximately 5,000 residents, that would be 250 affordable housing units in total. So you're putting pressure on a little neighborhood with 4 acres to provide almost 50% or 100 of these units, whereas a builder with deep pockets on 700 acres is being asked to provide 35 affordable housing units. I ask you, Council, how equitable is that? And we haven't even really addressed the true infrastructure costs to the taxpayers for a 200-unit redevelopment in a mature area versus what this would cost in a new development. We're not against affordable housing. We asked to work with council to create something that worked with the neighborhood, as well as for all residents, future and existing. It is blatantly evident that what council is proposing is placing way too much pressure on the QE area and surrounding neighborhoods. This will have a negative consequence for everyone. It is also just plain unfair to force this on this neighborhood, and I'm hearing, accusations of NIMBYism and negativity towards our group for just defending what we hold dear.
30 seconds, Kara.
Thank you. Basically, the costs to redo the infrastructure in a mature neighborhood would be astronomical and add another burden to the taxpayers on top of the many burdens that we currently have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for coming forward. Next, I've got, hope I get this pronunciation right, Ingo Roth. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, welcome. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thanks for hearing me. I want to thank everybody who spoke today. I found it very inspiring, and I found it really interesting. Interesting, not because of the development. I mean, the development in itself is needed. We all agree on that. We need affordable housing, and it's a great location for that. That's not what we're here to debate. What I found interesting about today is how people refer to each other. We all want to live in community, yet we referred to the others as being the problem. Being in community is not being against each other. It's being with each other. That means being empathic. That means hearing each other out. That means supporting each other. That means coming together and finding the best solution for everybody involved, which is the job that we as a community and you as our council are here to do. So if this depositions that we heard and the comments made anything clear to me and I hope to you as well, is that we need more time in order to reconcile and bring this project to a fruition that really represents the community and is something that the community as a whole, not as residents of the neighborhood, not as people that look for affordable housing, but as a whole is proud of and wants to be involved in. And I hope that these different views made it clear, if you have any doubt in your mind that this is not a straight shot, that the vote for today needs to be, let's hold off a little bit, let's make sure this is right for everyone involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ingo? No, don't see any? No, thank you very much. Next is Barbara Mason. Barbara, welcome. And you've been here before, so you know 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm not only here as a resident of the Queenie, but I also run the community gardens. And I find all your stories, all our collective stories, heartbreaking, and I really hope from the bottom of my heart we are able to find a solution that helps everybody, because that's the only way we as a community win. I'm going to start my comments by stating the obvious. All of us actually have something in common, and that's why we're here tonight. We all love Prince Edward County. Well, maybe not Sammy. And we all want the right to live here. It is with that in mind that I have asked, that I'm so outraged that we have found ourselves in a position of such intense and divisive action. We are pitting neighbor against neighbor, when in fact we all want the same thing. I blame the request for proposal process that was so open-ended that even the most outrageous of submissions were entertained. Of course, anyone wanting to walk it back to something decent or logical or pragmatic would immediately be labeled a NIMBY, which we are not. Had a planner been involved from the get-go, things would never have started in this fashion. Imagine telling potential developers that the only risk to the development are the neighbors to the site. You had us pegged as enemies before the pitch even came in. You knew you would be violating the guidelines of the official plan, and you went ahead anyway. This project's language and actions have created an atmosphere of polarity and confrontation, them and us. That is not a great way if you are trying to build a neighborhood, a community. Suffice to say, here we are. We have a fabulous neighborhood, and we would all love to see it filled with more seniors, more children, more families of all shapes and sizes. We all want the hub to be able to support the entire community needs. This is the perfect spot to build it. Can we please find a way to do that without ruining the fabric of what is already there by overbuilding?
30 seconds, Barbara.
No problem. Can we please sit down as a compassionate community, as Picton is, and help create an integrated community that we are all so excited about? Building hospitals and libraries is not the only thing we do well. The county also builds community. That is why we came, and that is why we stay. Can we all act like mature adults and get this built? Better, not bigger.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Barbara?
Oh, question.
No, you're off the hook. Thank you.
Today.
Next, I've got Victoria Taylor. Victoria, welcome.
I have a slide, please.
Yeah, you've got a slide to illustrate. Okay, you got, we got that image?
Is that as big as it will go?
Bit?
I also have it printed out that I can pass around.
Oh, great.
Ready to go?
Good.
Okay, 3 minutes. Go
Great.
ahead.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Taylor. I'm a full-time Picton resident. I manage VTLA, a landscape architecture, design, and planning studio. I'm about a 5-minute walk from the Queen Elizabeth School property, a place that I've been curious about ever since I moved to Picton. I'm here tonight to be part of this conversation and to advocate for an urban development with minimum 50% affordability that fits into the fabric and the existing grid of Picton. And I'm glad that we're not developing on farmland or other open space. It's going to be a big change, but it can be a positive change if we agree on the potential that exists here to create a precedent-setting design that could address our housing needs and the climate emergency. So first point, regardless of outcome, I hope we can have an event to honor the site's cultural history, to mark a transition and to mark how this moment fits into the land story from forest to farmland during colonization and later to a school. I hope that existing trees will be protected as heritage and that site materials will be reused wherever possible. The site is ideal for low to mid-rise development. It's already asphalt covered with compacted soils and there's infrastructure nearby. It's an excellent location to integrate density with a green, low-impact, regenerative landscape strategy. The proximity to Picton's downtown core means we can plan for accessibility, active transportation, and reduced car use. Some neighborhood communications have mentioned that towers are coming. Towers are buildings 12 stories or higher, and that's not on the agenda here. 3 to 4 story residential design allows for affordability while being in harmony with the existing neighborhood like this image shows here. The low to mid-rise model is an elegant and forward-thinking architectural style, and we already have examples of this where our Picton neighbors are living. There's a 3-story building across the street. There are several from the 70s along Downs Avenue. There's this 3-story property at Curtis and Jasper. There's one on Spring Street and in other areas. These multi-story residential homes contribute to a diverse, healthy, and interesting community. This photo I'm sharing shows a great example of a multi-story residential building with trees as the integral part of the design.
30 seconds.
Envisioning green spaces and streetscapes should be key to this project. Protecting existing trees and incorporating more into the plan will help enhance Picton's urban canopy, making this development both environmentally conscious and aesthetically pleasing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Victoria. Any questions? No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Penny Morris. Penny, are you here or are you in the other room? Okay, well, hopefully she can hear me.
Thank you. Good evening.
You made it.
Everyone. Sorry. Good evening.
You've got 3 minutes, Penny.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Penny Morris. I have been following and to a degree participating in this project for the last couple of years or so. The revised proposal from New View Holdings has many positive aspects, especially the high proportion of affordable and hopefully a percentage of social housing, more than affordable. The design of the buildings to include gables and with varying heights, as well as trees and greenery, will do a lot to integrate the buildings into the community. This project, as I understand it, is an excellent private-public combined cooperation with both the housing and the over 20,000 square feet for the community hub, which is critical to our wider community. I have 3 concerns, which I'm going to present in the form of suggestions. Sorry, I don't know why I'm nervous, which in my opinion would make this development better for everyone. As I see the proposal, right now, the plan is very car-centric. I see this huge parking lot in the middle of the housing buildings and the hub. And I'm here to ask you tonight to think about being more creative and thinking out of the box, because that particular car centricity doesn't invite community safety or socialization. It does not invite the kind of community that I can practically taste when I think about the possibilities of this site. Not everyone living here will want or will be able to afford a car if they're seniors or young people. Charging additional rent for vehicle parking makes a lot of sense to me, so please think about reducing the number of spaces. It would reduce the traffic congestion, which I think is a lot of the concerns of the people that presently live there. It could include a larger green children's play area, but not just for children, social picnic tables, a barbecue, right in the middle, because more eyes looking down at the people there equals safety, not a...
Seconds, Penny.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Further, okay, I can talk to you more about it, parking. My second is accessibility. Think about more about accessibility. And my third concern is sustainability. Have geothermal. Is there any possibility of underground parking? Again, back to parking. Hopefully heat pumps. Will that one large tree, that better be saved. Please, please.
Okay.
And build more.
Please wrap.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
All right.
done. Thank you.
Okay, hang on for a minute, see if there are any questions for you. Nope, seeing none. Thanks very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, next I've got Julia Swedek. Welcome, thanks very much. You've got 3 minutes.
Let's do this. My name is Julia Swedek. I've raised my family in Picton for over 20 years. I'm employed by a community health center as the director of primary care. I conduct research to support the creation of services to help individuals maximize their quality of life. A lot of what I was going to say has been said, so I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'd love for you to come and spend a week or a weekend with me in my neighborhood. My neighbors aren't NIMBYs. There are people that have lived there all their lives. There are people living in their homes on OAS. There was one of my neighbors, his wife was dying of Parkinson's, and the whole neighborhood came together to help them with meals. We're not rich people. There's a lot of people that are low income. There are actually homes in our neighborhood that are abandoned. I mean, go look at my Barker Street in front of my house. I mean, there's not even asphalt on my street. The water main up the road's been leaking for, I don't know, a month. They finally fixed it. So, like, we're not some big affluent neighborhood. I agree with Barb. We want to do a fulsome community engagement, and that means everybody. Everybody has their interests. We are not against affordable housing. My question to council and to Mr. Goheen is, where are the other affordable units in the other developments? I agree with the lady that presented. They seem to be very few and far between. Cold Creek, 904 approved units. Pinecrest School Site, whatever happened to that for affordable housing? The Foodland apartments that are going to be built, 250 to 500 units. In your approved plan, you have 8,763 approved units. Where is the other affordable housing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Julia? No. Okay, next I have Robin Barani, who's joining us virtually. Hey, Robin. Can you, let's test the audio?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's fine. You've got 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening. My name is Robin Barnier, and I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity for public input and to add my story. Nobody is going to feel sorry for me here. I've been lucky. I moved to Wellington in 1996, and my kids were born at the Picton Hospital. 4 years ago, my husband and I separated and we sold our home on the lake. Housing prices were way up in 2021, and we got a good offer, but 4 days before the deal closed, we had a catastrophic leak that destroyed the flooring, the ceilings, everything. So the closing was delayed for 6 months, during which time impossible real estate prices rose even higher, and our closing rate stayed the same. So the gap got smaller and smaller. Our buying power got smaller. Of course, it was now divided between two people. I was lucky enough to have a friend who made room for me in her house. I was there for several months before she was rent-evicted from the place where she had rented for 14 years. The landlord already had flipped multiple houses from long-term rentals into Airbnbs, as we've seen so often. By the time my house sale closed, prices were unattainable in the county and even in Belleville. I found a short-term rental in Picton for $2,000 a month, which is not extraordinary in this market, but a lot for a single person to carry. I am a journalist, and I have been working 2 jobs and full-time hours, and still, based on CMHC guidelines, I was earning only half of what I would need for that housing to be affordable. Still, I was lucky to get it. I had done my homework. My options were less space for more money, or to rent a bedroom in a stranger's home. No garden, no pets, no control over who comes and goes in the house. That's not a situation that would work for me, nor for many women living alone. Luckily, I was able to dip into the sale money from my house to pay rent. That wasn't sustainable, but it bought me a year until the real estate prices came down enough that I could buy a small house in Fawcettville. I was very fortunate. I had the resources and flexibility to jump when the time was right. It could have easily gone the other way, and I'd be priced out of my community and unable to rent or own.
30 seconds, Rowan.
The Queenie site is a perfect opportunity to rebuild our eroding rental stock. I've read concerns that this development could have a negative impact on neighborhood density, but respectfully, we can't add affordable housing without increasing density in neighborhoods where amenities exist. It's close to Main Street, it's walking distance from jobs and grocery stores, the laundromat, the library, it's on a bus route. These are the ingredients for successful housing development that support people in maintaining employment and building community. And I think council saw when, sorry?
If you could wrap it up, please.
Okay.
Your time.
So I just wanted to say, we can't afford to miss this opportunity. I've become very aware of how quickly a change in fortunes can make housing attainable. And I want to thank you. There are people here tonight who are fighting much steeper odds than me. Thank you for fighting for them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Robin? No. Okay, next I have Eric Zlestra.
Hi there, I'm Eric Zlestra. Nice try. We live about 50 meters from the QE development. I had a laundry list. About that long of things I wanted to say, and everybody else had, which is perfect. So I edited it. There it is. Let's edit that again. I've got a couple things to say. My wife will tell you I'm not very good at changing my mind. Once the heels get dug in, they pretty well stay exactly where they are. I've listened to everyone in the room, and I have basically this to say. That's visualized like this. Yeah, buddy. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Don't have any questions. I'll look around anyway. Okay. Jillian Orton. Hey, Jillian, welcome.
Hello.
Got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I will read fast. Hello, councillors and community. My name is Jillian Norton, and I'm here speaking on behalf of local residents who support the Queen Elizabeth Affordable Housing Project. I'm extremely lucky. I had the opportunity to purchase my home in the county, but previously in my life, I have been unhoused and homeless. I moved back to the county to be close to family and to create a life within this wonderful town. I'm a small business owner. I provide childcare and education for the community, and I work as hard as I can to contribute to the amazing village I've found here. I spent 6 years living here trying to help my friends and peers by allowing them to live with me, often for free, because there is just no affordable housing in the area. I also spent 12 years working with subsidized families in Toronto and have seen the drastic need for housing all across Ontario. This is not a problem that solely exists in the county. However, we in the county have the ability to effect great change like many others across Ontario only dream of. Change must start. At this point, affordable housing is a life-saving measure. As a recipient of the Affordable Housing Grant, I have committed myself to a great financial sacrifice in order to try and create just one single affordable unit in the county. It's cost me about $200,000. I don't have $200,000. While I'm so privileged to get the opportunity to do this, it's just a drop in the bucket. The process of building and renting a single unit has dramatically opened my eyes to how severe the issue really is. We cannot rely on the work of individuals to fix this vast systemic failure. We need to engage the businesses, the community, and the people who have the power to effect real change. Our focus cannot be pulled by meager green spaces and stories of buildings. That dehumanizes the problem. We are saving lives here. We are creating spaces where those around us have the opportunity to live without fear. The fear of, do I pay my rent or my phone bill? Do I pay my rent and go to the food bank? Do I pay my rent and not get gas and walk to work? Affordable housing grants people the right to live with the dignity that many of us take for granted. To allow these talking points to delay this project is not only unethical, it's irresponsible and selfish. We cannot afford to sacrifice any more time or any more units. The severity of the housing crisis is way too dire. The local people who would benefit from this will not survive living another year in the county. There's simply nowhere for them to live. That's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Jillian? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I've got Neil Story.
Good evening, Councillor
Neil.
Mayor.
3 minutes.
Somewhat like Eric, actually, I had a whole list of things to say. But I think a lot of things have been said. I think a couple of things is that I hate this idea of them and us. We're all in this together. The last lady said about she's for the development. I think we're all for the development. It's a question of what the development is going to look like. We have a wonderful opportunity in here to make something which is wonderful for the community. It could be imaginative. Maybe have a coffee shop, have a hub, place where have a proper community garden, not tucked behind the 4.5. It is 4.5 story building, not 5, but 4.5 story. Mrs. and Jean, and because the garden's there, it's going to be, there's no sun on it. It's going to be pretty good useless. Do away, as Penny said, do away with the car park. Let's reduce that. Use that as an open area where people not only in the affordable housing area and the market rate people can enjoy, but also people in the community. We can all come together. Coffee shop where the hub is. Let's be imaginative. Let's think about this. We get one chance at this. Just one chance. If we get it wrong, we're all going to suffer. We want affordable housing. It's not fair to say that we're NIMBYs. We want affordable housing. We understand this. And these stories, I can tell you stories that I know, people have suffered as well. We need it, absolutely. But let's do it properly. We have a chance. Please. Thank you, one and all, and thank you, everybody, for all your input as well. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Neil. Any questions for Neil? No. Seeing none? Okay. Next, I've got Renia Tominski. Renia in the next room. Okay. Renia, thanks very much.
Hi, good evening.
And you've got 3 minutes.
My name is Renia Tominski. I've owned a house in Prince Edward County for the last 25 years. In that time, I've observed growing social and economic divisions, in particular around food and housing security. That's not unique to this area, though some of us here clearly foresaw ways in which escalating global crises would play out locally, and we acted to raise awareness. Over a decade ago, transitioned Prince Edward County members started a co-housing/pocket neighborhood discussion group. The aim was to provide information about a community-driven housing solution. We looked at successful examples in North America and in Europe. The co-housing solution, for which a repurposed QE school property is well suited, would necessarily involve the future residents and, by extension, their future neighbors. My attempt to re-engage in that discussion 2 years ago with the Prince Edward County Affordable Housing Corporation was met with some resistance. In 2018, the same year QE was declared surplus by the school board, Prince Edward County Affordable Housing Corporation was established as an arm's-length corporation. In 2023, it was reclassified as a municipal services corporation, with no business case for that presented. They've received a $5 million grant to address the affordable housing shortage. In the 7 years of their existence, there's no concrete evidence of that money being well spent. The financial statements on their website go only as far as 2022. This raises a number of questions that have yet to be answered. Among them are, how many names are on the wait list for affordable housing in the county? What selection criteria are applied for being on the list? Who does the selecting? Last year, on June 24th, Shire Hall released an invitation to private sector or not-for-profit partners to submit their expressions of interest in purchasing the former QE school property.
30 seconds, Renia.
A very short deadline of just over a month was given. A for-profit developer is now being considered for their bid on the 1.8 hectare property. In exchange, the county will waive all of their property taxes for 20 years. My questions are about the processes behind the decision-making being in operation here, and I strongly recommend that the process to sell the property to New View Holdings be paused and a more satisfactory consultation with the multiple tax-paying stakeholders be established. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Got Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you. Thank you, Renia. So there were several statements that you made that were factually incorrect, that I believe need to be corrected, because I don't want anybody to be misled here. First of all, there is no $5 million grant. That was not a $5 million grant. It was a $5 million line of credit to assist the Affordable Housing Corporation to move forward with its plans. It has used, to date, 0 of those dollars. Okay? Second of all, on the New View Holdings, I would urge you to go and read the documents, because the suggestion isn't to waive all taxes. It's only a waiver of 50% for those that are below market or affordable rental units. So I just want to make sure, I don't want anybody to be misled by some of the statements, that whether you genuinely meant them to be incorrect or not, I just want them to be corrected. I want the records stated, and please, I encourage you, I know it's a huge document, please go back and read it so that you're totally informed. And I'd like to very much stress that to everybody in this room, because I'm beginning to get a feeling that not everybody has read, as Mr. Ollson has, the 191 pages. Thank you. No question, just that I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Any other questions for Renia? No. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we've got Steve Sykes. Mr. Sykes is here? Yeah. Okay, and welcome, and you've got 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Great. So thanks, Mary and councilors. I'm a full-time resident and paid-up taxpayer of South Marysburg, which is Ward 9 of the county. Long way from here, actually. But anyway, after hearing my comments, some of you might think that I'm against county efforts to advance affordable housing, but nothing could be further from the truth. From the age of 6 up until high school, I lived in a 24-foot trailer with my single mom, my younger sister, and I. She held down a full-time job and 2 part-time ones. You don't forget that experience, no matter how long you live. So, in the proposal that is in front of you, 7.1.2 through 7.1.10, I see the interests of Toronto real estate developer Newview Holdings, which is actually owned by 873-815 Ontario Limited, carrying on business as Mahogany Management. Very well represented. They would get the former Queen Elizabeth School property, which is a significant Picton property with tremendous potential, for less than the price of 2 detached homes in the area, along with an exemption from paying property taxes, as Councillor St. Jean said, on half the units. So I just don't think it's right that a for-profit entity can acquire property assets and pay no taxes, even if it's only half. Especially when we're talking about the provision of rental housing that county residents can actually afford, which is, people talk about affordable housing, but it's housing that people can afford to rent. And the words are different, but they have great meaning. So the Toronto-based developer doesn't have any competitive advantage over any local developer. Cleve Properties, I think, was one of the people invited for the expression of interest, but they weren't willing, I guess, to give the detail in the amount of time. So I think the problem here has not really been fully fleshed out. All the stakeholders. There are 3 main stakeholders, I think. County residents are on the waiting list for affordable rental housing. Neighborhood, full-time residents and taxpayers. And also full-time residents and taxpayers in all 8 other wards of the county, of which I'm one.
30 seconds, Steve.
Every proposal that you approve has an impact on your revenue, which comes from property taxes and expenses. Nowhere in there, in any of these documents that I've seen, is anything resembling a business case that would lay out the impacts to both county revenue and expenses. This isn't just a cart before the horse. This is many carts before the horse. The project needs a county solution, not a Toronto solution. And the proper, clear description of the problem and alternatives, then you can ask for requests for proposal. Before you say we can't wait any longer, we have to sell this now. We've waited over 6 years for Prince Edward County affordable housing to do something with the over $1 million they've gone through without delivering a solution. We really have to stop going down the wrong road now and put on the right road. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Sykes? No, thank you very much. And we've got, we get this, that's Lindsay Van de Keer? Or Van de Keur? Okay. Thank you for coming, and you've got 3 minutes.
Sweet. Hi. Just before the pandemic hit, my young family and I were fortunate enough to purchase a home on County Road 5 after renting in the county for 3 years. We could barely afford it, but we made it work. Recently, we made the decision to move into the heart of Picton to be closer to our community. The positive changes of living in downtown Picton have been remarkable for our family of 4. Walking our kids to school, the library, having easy access to groceries, parks, and community, these simple pleasures have profoundly improved our family's mental health. No longer are we isolated by being a single-car family. Instead, we're immersed in the vibrant fabric of our town. Reflecting on the current housing market here, it's hard not to see that achieving these milestones today in 2025, even with a double income, will be a near impossibility for my family. The only reason we could afford to move into Picton was because we had a house to sell. The house we bought needs a lot of work, most of which we're able to do ourselves, and it has a passive income apartment, which we plan to turn into an affordable long-term rental, on a street full of STAs. We did apply for and will receive the county's secondary suite subsidy program. This program is absolutely excellent, but it does not fully cover the cost of an LTA renovation for most homeowners. Because my family and I believe that housing is a right, we feel it's important to be guided by our morals and supportive of our community by providing a below market rate rental. So that's what we're doing. But the reality is that creating additional affordable housing, even when supported by county programs like this, is still a significant financial endeavor. This is why we so desperately need affordable housing options like the current proposal for Queenie. Studies have shown that walkable neighborhoods not only promote better physical health, but also enhance mental well-being and foster stronger social connections. Moreover, children raised in such environments have been found to experience greater economic mobility in adulthood. This isn't just about families like mine and the privilege we've been afforded in finding housing. It's about our community and the housing crisis we're witnessing and experiencing right now. Picton is home to hardworking folks who deserve access to affordable housing with access to the same benefits my family has experienced living in this town. So I ask, why wouldn't we do everything we can to support as many people in need of housing as soon as possible? The housing crisis isn't a question, it's a reality. The statistics prove it. We don't need more consultation. We need to work to ensure that everyone in our community has access to a stable, connected, and supportive place to live.
30 seconds.
This isn't something we can afford to push further down the road. We simply can't wait. Housing is a basic need, and people are struggling right now. Maybe it's time for those not living in the thick of it to open their eyes, open their minds, and embrace change that benefits us all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Next, I've got Shannon Warhunter. Shannon.
Hi.
And you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Shannon Moore Hunter, and I'm here today to express my strong support for the redevelopment of the Queen Elizabeth School site into affordable residential housing. Our community is in urgent need of housing that is affordable, accessible, and most importantly, close to services, jobs, schools, and expanded transportation. That means we need to be willing to build decisively, responsibly, and inclusively. This is precisely the kind of opportunity we can't afford to squander or continue to pause and delay. I support a multi-story residential development on this property because that's what it will take to make a real dent in our housing crisis. Affordable and subsidized housing should not be an afterthought or relegated to the outskirts of town. It should be a part of the core, walkable to jobs, groceries, schools, parks, and community supports, where infrastructure already exists for the construction and municipal services to those buildings. We cannot meet the need for housing in Prince Edward County without embracing density. The Queen Elizabeth site presents a rare and timely chance to do this right. I understand concerns about height and scale, but I disagree with the idea that taller buildings inherently disrupt the character of our neighborhoods. Not to mention there are already 4-story buildings in Picton's core. And I loved Victoria's comments earlier in the picture that she showed because that's exactly what I envision. When designed thoughtfully with green space, good architecture, and mixed use elements, they can enhance our built environment and serve the broader good. I've listened to the concerns and resistance from other residents, and I don't dismiss their feelings. Change can be uncomfortable, especially when it affects the places we call home. But I want to offer a different perspective, one that emphasizes responsibility and the future we want to build as a community. We're not alone in this challenge. I read a bunch of studies before I came to make this talk, and I'm stumbling over my words, but a Swiss study analyzing a decade of densification debates from 2009 to 2019 found that public discourse is often dominated by private interests, those already housed, already established. It also found that NIMBYism alone doesn't fully explain the pushback. It's often about deeper questions of fairness, belonging, and fear of losing the identity of place. I think we can agree on the need to address those concerns.
30 seconds.
But the key insight from this study was that direct democratic processes, open conversations like this, can help bridge the gap between private resistance and public good. So I'm participating in that process to say I support this redevelopment. I support building the most residential units possible in this location, I support creating and maintaining functional public green spaces, and I support a municipal vision that puts people, all people in our community, at the center of our planning. I hope this decision is able to move forward tonight. We need to act now so that this project can start, as it will already be years before those units will be ready to move in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wrapped up. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Oh, okay. Next, I've got Seth Wibbles. Not here? Is he in the other room? He left. Oh, you left. Okay. All right. Then Laura Campbell. Hey, Laura.
Hello.
Welcome. Got 3 minutes.
Cool, thanks. Good evening, counselors, neighbors, friends. My name is Laura Jean Campbell. I moved to Picton in June of 2020. That was back when a 2-bedroom apartment could be rented for around $1,500 a month. Fast forward a few years later, and according to the PEC housing market data, in 2024, that same 2-bedroom apartment now goes for around just over $2,100 a month. In terms of yearly costs, that is just over $25,000 in rent, often without utilities being included. The average median salary in Prince Edward County is around $40K a year. I know plenty of people that make far less than that. So getting about $20 an hour, folks are paying over 50% of their income to landlords. It's clear that PEC faces huge problems in access to affordable housing. Many of my friends and peers have directly struggled with this. Many of my friends and peers work in the hospitality industry, where work availability is tied to the ebbs and flows of our tourist kind of seasons. My friend who makes your coffee, serves your dinner, harvests your crops, I think they're a valued member of the county, and they deserve access to be able to live in the county, yeah. I moved here from Montreal because I was trying to find a more stable sense of community and be involved in community building. A community is only as rich as its poorest people, so I'm urging council to proceed with the affordable housing units, as many as possible for the Queen E development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No, seeing none, okay. Next, I've got Annabelle Murray, who's joining us by Zoom. No? She in the waiting room or anything?
Through your worship, there is no one connected virtually to speak.
Okay, well, let's move on to see if she comes on. I've got Janet McGovern. Is Janet in the other room? Give a second to check. No, not here? Okay. Okay, then we'll go to, I've got Joanne Strom.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to share comments in support of the proposal for the redevelopment of the former Queen Elizabeth property. My name is Joanne Strom, and I am a Director of Services with Community Living Prince Edward, and I am a lifelong resident in Prince Edward County. I have witnessed firsthand the proponents' commitment to responsible housing development at Madison Avenue and the positive impact it has had. Their approach has consistently resulted in meaningful benefits and lasting positive outcomes. First and foremost, the housing people can afford is a foundational element of a thriving community. Housing provides a stable base from which individuals and families can live, work, and contribute. When people can find housing that they can afford, they are more likely to stay in the community, invest in the local economy, and form lasting connections with their neighbors. Unfortunately, the lack of housing people can afford in our area has led to a concerning trend. Many of our residents are being forced to leave the community to find housing and employment elsewhere. This exodus has broader economic implications. As people seek more affordable options in neighboring areas, our community loses essential workers and local talent. The loss of residents who contribute to local businesses, schools, healthcare facilities, and public services impacts our ability to grow and develop. The proposal to build housing people can afford directly addresses this issue, ensuring that people want to live and work here can do so. As one of the largest employers in our community, we are encountering persistent challenges in recruitment and retention, particularly due to the rising costs of housing. We currently employ 160 employees, which is approximately 25 less than needed to sustain our services. We have already lost vulnerable members of our workforce, hindering our ability to meet the needs of our community. If this pattern continues, we will see a reduction of services, which will have a negative impact on people and families we serve. As such, we believe that addressing the housing crisis is not only a social responsibility, it is also imperative for our economy. The proposal also includes the development of a community hub, which will offer agencies affordable spaces to operate. This hub will serve as a vital resource for our community where agencies can work collaboratively to deliver much-needed services.
30 seconds.
Agencies such as ours are struggling to find enough space to manage the ever-increasing costs of overhead. The synergy created by collaboration will amplify the impact of services available and help individuals and families regain their footing. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the far-reaching benefits of approving this proposal. By investing in housing people can afford and a community hub, we are not just addressing immediate needs, we are laying the foundation for long-term success and sustainability. This is a critical step towards ensuring that our community remains a place where people can live, work, and contribute in meaningful ways. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Joanne. Any questions? Joanne? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the list of pre-registrants, so I'll see if there's anybody in the audience that wants to come forward and make a comment. 3 minutes. Okay, come on forward. Hi. And we just need everybody going to make a comment. Please state your name for the record.
Hi,
go ahead.
Thanks, I'm Christine Durant, and I work with Prince Edward Learning Center, and I coordinate our youth employment and training programs. The Inspire program works with youth ages 30 and under to access training, wraparound support, and employment in their field of interest. We work with more than 80 local employers who hire youth from our program, making a significant impact on the livelihoods of local youth and supporting local small businesses. Housing, though, continues, to be a problem and a barrier that we can't overcome. Around 12% of the youth we've served in our program experience homelessness at some point in the program. And when that happens, it becomes very difficult and very challenging to get people back into and to stay employed. We see many youth who are stuck. They can't leave out of their family's home. They can't move towards independent living or are living in overcrowded and cramped conditions. For some youth, we're not able to help. And those youth we can't help them find employment because we can't get them to employment. They're often living far out in the country where there's no county transport. They have no transportation. They're renting a room in the country because that's where it's cheaper. It's less expensive than Picton. The situation creates a brutal cycle. Youth can't move forward. They've got housing, they don't have a job, they're not going to school, they're stuck, they're not doing anything. So, how do we change that? Picton is the place to be. Picton is the place where we need employment. Picton is the place where we need housing. When we can bring youth into Picton where they have access to jobs and access to buses, it means their careers can go forward. They can go on to college. They can go on to jobs. When youth have housing, it is a game changer. Affordable housing in Picton creates opportunities for youth to gain employment, access all the amenities we keep talking about, and discover opportunities. And going on and continued training through college is part of that. Affordable housing in Picton will change and transform youth lives for the better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Any questions? Nope, seeing none. I saw another hand. Jerry, come on forward. And as you know, you've got 3 minutes. Make your comment.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I don't really have any prepared notes, so I'll just barrel on. The Picton Urban Secondary Plan promotes, I believe, densification. And a couple of people have spoken here tonight about the positive effects of densification in urban areas. I think it's terribly important. It allows people to walk rather than drive. And it I think, promotes a more cohesive community. But talking of driving, and by the way, I do support this development. So talking of driving, I was quite taken aback by the size of that parking lot. And I go back to something that Penny Morris said. Does it have to be that big? Maybe there's something in the planning guidelines that makes it that big. Whatever, it should have permeable surfaces so the water doesn't all run off it. And it needs more trees between the lanes of parking. That those trees will provide shade and mean less air conditioning when you get in your car, if you have one. Picton is, in my mind, it's a 15-minute city. I don't know if you've all heard of that term or not, but the idea is that you can walk to pretty well everything you need within 15 minutes and occasionally drive. And that is the ideal situation when we're moving forward and looking at climate change. We will want to walk more, I believe, and Picton will work well like that. In terms of opportunities to address climate change mitigation, I should just step back a little bit. Densification versus suburban sprawl. We continue to build urban sprawl, sometimes on parkland, on farmland that should not have been rezoned, really, to future residential. And that this also perpetrates the use of cars.
30 seconds, Jerry.
Yep. So, mitigate climate change, geothermal heat, heat pumps, and no fossil fuels. We'll all be the better for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Jerry? Nope. Okay, anybody else? I see a hand. Just come on forward, Aaron. Just please state your name for the just for the record for the clerk. And you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Reverend Aaron Michkota. I'm a United Church minister serving Prince Edward County, and specifically I have 2 communities of faith, one in North Marysburg and one in South Marysburg. I'm here to express my support for the creation of more social housing, affordable housing, and mixed income housing in the county, including at the former Queen Elizabeth site. Mixed income neighborhoods are a gift to everyone, promoting health, growth, and stability for business, government, and community now and into the future. Recent housing projects in the county have priced out middle-income and low-income people, including marginalized people of diverse needs. It is not ethical to prioritize the wants of those who have much over the needs of those who have little. Time and again, in our ancient book of social wisdom, we are urged to serve the needs of the poor first, to create a more equitable and balanced society. Socially mixed neighborhoods encourage human understanding and social harmony. It is well known that economically mixed neighborhoods prevent ghettos and the problems associated with them. Each of us share a moral and social imperative to co-create neighborhoods where all people can live together fully and abundantly, learning from each other's lived experiences. I urge that we in the county prioritize and make mandatory mixed income housing in all future builds and in all current opportunities. Doing so is a matter of justice, kindness, and strategic planning. People of faith and people of good conscience are counting on our elected officials to do this good work of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erin. Questions? No, seeing none. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward and make a comment? Okay, just please state your name for the record.
My name is Leslie Hardy, and I'm a resident of Picton. I actually live on Elm, so I'm quite close to the proposed redevelopment of QE. I want to say I'm very much in favor of redeveloping QE and using it for a mix, including affordable housing. But what bothers me is that I feel that the various views that have been presented tonight are there. People are coming at it from different perspectives. They're all valid. But what makes me concerned is that you council, this is urgent. Affordable housing there's an incredible need, and it's a need that we have in this community now. But what bothers me is that this council had plenty of time in the fall to bring these different people in the community together for a really informed public consultation. So I'm asking for a very brief pause, because I think housing is an urgent matter, for a very brief pause so that we can have a mediated public consultation with those in the room, with those representing different viewpoints, and let's look at some options. Let's sit down with New View. Let's talk about Penny Morris's idea for less car-centered development. So brief pause, let's sit down together. If necessary, let's have a mediator and let's work together so that this project is going to work not just in the short term, but in the long term for everyone in our community. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. Okay, anybody else? Sir.
Good evening. My name is Peter Morch. I'm a resident of Picton, and I just have a question. I'm curious, with the development moratorium as of last November, if the numbers that are calculated in this development are considered in the water and sewage capacities in advance of that, so there aren't any issues with our system.
We're going to be going through that when we get to the report.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Any more comments from anybody in this room or the other room? Anybody got any want to make a comment? Sir?
Name's Ben Daverna. So I've been hearing everything here tonight, and I think everyone here can agree that social housing, affordable, subsidized, or whatever name you want to put on it, is necessary. But that doesn't mean that you jump into that, or rather I should say you jump onto that bandwagon willy-nilly and do it just because it makes you feel good or it's the right thing to do or whatever reason you do it. Fact of the matter is it doesn't fall from heaven. Money doesn't grow on trees. Affordable housing or whatever name costs money. And here in the county, there's only about 26,000 residents or so, 25, 26, anyone can correct me. It's not a very big base here. And I've been looking at the KPMG audited statements, the latest ones from 23, and the county spends millions upon millions of dollars every year on stuff. I mean, what, $300 million alone for the water project? County Road 49, what goes up about a few million every year. So you shouldn't be jumping into this affordable housing issue without putting some thought into it, because it's going to cost someone. As I said, it's not a freebie. So going forward on this project and in the other ones, it would be helpful for all the taxpayers here if you kept that in mind and showed some due diligence when doing that, because most of us here aren't wealthy, and I'm sure the folks on Queen Street here aren't millionaires either. So when all these projects happen there, they have valid concerns that should be listened to. So mainly on the affordable housing issue, you should more or less pay attention on it and realize that it costs. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Is there anybody else? And I hope everybody in the other room can hear. Anybody over there that wants to make a comment? So we've got no. Not seeing anybody. Going once, going twice. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody that prepared and came forward this evening to make a comment. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive all the comments from the audience? Councillor Prinzen, seconded by Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a Prinzen-Nyman motion. We now receive all the comments from the audience on tonight's agenda, both in person and virtual.
Thank you. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, I'm going to call a recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and move into items for discussion. Okay. Anybody here? No. Calling the meeting back to order, please. Okay, special counsel. Okay. 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 We set Madam Clerk. Right. Okay. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you again for members of the audience, whether here or joining us virtually, for making your comments, and for the people that made deputations. So we're now at item 7 on the agenda, items for consideration. Item 7.1. If we could have let's have a mover and a seconder to put this onto the floor, please. Councillor St. Jean and Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a St. Jean McNaughton motion that Council receive report HD 02-2025. The Council authorized the sale of municipal land, former Queen Elizabeth School, identified by parts 1 to 4, RP 47R9456, being all of PIN 55060-0078 LT, subject to an easement in gross over part 1, 47R8833, as in EC 47898, County of Prince Edward, Barker Street, Picton, pursuant to the terms and conditions in the purchase and sale agreement be approved. That Council authorize the municipality to enter into a purchase and sale agreement between the municipality and New View Holdings, Inc., as outlined in the bylaw as listed on this agenda. That Council approve the designation bylaw as listed on this agenda for the property known municipally as 35 Barker Street, Picton, as a municipal capital facility for affordable housing purposes as permitted under Section 110 of the Municipal Act as amended and Ontario Regulation 60306 as amended. The Council authorized staff to execute the Municipal Capital Facilities Project Agreement for affordable housing purposes, substantially in the form attached to the bylaw exempting the property from taxation for municipal and school board purposes annually for the duration of the agreement, known municipally as 35 Barker Street, Picton. That Council approve the bylaw to establish property tax exemptions for municipal capital facilities related to community services as listed on this agenda. That Council approve the designation bylaw as listed on this agenda for the property known as municipally as 35 Barker Street, Picton, as a municipal capital facility for not-for-profit community services as permitted under Section 110 of the Municipal Act as amended and Ontario Regulation 60306 as amended. That Council authorize the staff to execute the Municipal Capital Facilities Project Agreement for not-for-profit community services substantially in the form attached to the bylaw and exempting the property from taxation for municipal and school board purposes annually for the duration of the agreement known municipally as 35 Barker Street, Picton. The Council approved the service connection charge prepayment agreement bylaw as listed on this agenda and authorized staff to enter into a service connection charge prepayment agreement to facilitate the first phase of 125 residential units and the hub, as detailed in this report, and that staff be directed to prepare a sublease framework and draft lease agreement between the municipality and New View Holdings, Inc., for Council's consideration at the earliest possible opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got the director here. Is there anything you would like to comment on or add, Mr. Director?
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening. Yes, there's definitely some items to discuss, but just first of all, there appears to have been an issue with the attachment 1. There is a term sheet, and the clerk has informed me they'll republish tomorrow with that, and council's been made aware. But the term sheet is referenced in the agreement of purchase and sale, which is the attachment. I think that might have been the confusion. And so the requirement for the consultation, as I've described in the report, is codified in that term sheet, which forms part of the agreement of purchase and sale. So to assuage some of the concerns we heard tonight from the deputants, the fulsome consultation has been outlined and is in that agreement. It is required to be done, and it's been agreed to by Newview. So more about that as I move through my comments. Okay. The other thing is that we have our legal counsel who assisted with the agreements here is available in case there are questions that relate to some of the more legal documents that we've included tonight. But really, we're appearing here before you. This is further to the direction of council last November, and specifically as it relates to the outcome of our negotiations with Newview Holdings. They've agreed to partner with us to redevelop this project into affordable and market housing and the community hub. The recommendations in the report that we're here to discuss establish the legislative framework required to implement the terms of the partnership agreement. So I'm using the words partner and partnership, and that's important here. So a typical project that we would undertake, let's say our new long-term care build, we own the land, we undertake the processes for planning and site plan, we find a funding source, a financing plan, we contract with a contractor who builds it for us, and we own it and maintain it in the future. And there's all sort of risk with that in terms of asset management over the long term. But this project, this redevelopment initiative, isn't that. We can't afford to fund or finance a project on our own. We can't fund any part of this project ourselves. There's no sign of upper level government funding on the horizon, and even if there was, there's nearly always a contribution on the municipality's part, which again, I don't think we can afford. So it's because of this that staff are recommending a form of project implementation called a public-private partnership. Notable benefits of a P3 for the public entity are that we can leverage private sector capital, private sector experience, private sector consulting and construction channels, private sector efficiency and operation of the facility, and leverage the long-term asset management and all of that associated risk to the private sector partner. This is a partnership, and so inherently both parties need to get something out of this deal. In our case, Newview will add to their portfolio a total of 98 market residential units across both phases. Arguably, more rental units in Prince Edward County, market or otherwise, could benefit us, could benefit our market. So I would say that's a bit of a shared benefit, but that's one of the things that they'll get out of it. But I really need to speak to some of the comments from one of the deputants. Newview has provided significant background information. Far from one project, it's very important that this is on the public record, it's far from one project that it was referenced in the slideshow. Over 21 projects this Newview has put forward. They are award-winning builders. As far as we can determine, they are extremely legitimate with excellent references across their portfolio. So to say this is one development is just inaccurate and false, and really is inappropriate to impugn the developer's name. In this deal, the county will benefit from 98 units of affordable rental housing and 22,000 square feet of at-cost rental space for the community hub proposal. As detailed in the staff report, in summary, we are asking for council to agree to sell the property for what we have into it, which is the purchase price and the carrying costs. Agree to waive the property taxes for the affordable rental housing and community hub space for 20 years. That's an incentive. It has a significant value now and over the long term. We are asking that council agree to allocate drinking water and wastewater treatment capacity for phase 1 of the project, which includes 125 rental housing units in the hub space, with phase 2, the final 73 units to be built in the future when capacity becomes available. Finally, we're asking council to agree to hold the head lease for the hub, and we will agree to facilitate the tenancies with those community service agencies. Newview will agree and has agreed to conduct an enhanced public consultation and engagement process over and above the statutory requirements. They have agreed to obtain all planning approvals, develop the property at their cost, and operate the property at their cost. And I would mention here at this point that certainly planning staff have been involved in this project all the way through, right from the initial screening of the very first round of EOI submission. So to say that planning was not involved is just false. The investment in this property through this partnership is estimated to be in excess of $100 million. So that's not taking money away from the community, that's bringing money into the community. And that's a construction cost. That's not to count the spin-offs that we'll see local businesses will benefit from the construction activity in this area, in this municipality. Those are big dollars. There's a lot to be said for that. Building permits for phase 1 are required to be obtained within 24 months of receiving those required planning approvals. Subject to council approval of the recommendations tonight, Newview will engage in a standard planning approvals process that mirrors any other development in the county. This will include preparation of detailed plans and technical studies, of course including traffic impact, review of parking requirements, all of those sorts of things, servicing for review and approval by the county's development services team in support of the application to rezone and for site plan approval. Those conversations haven't happened. There's an integrity to the development approval process. And my assignment here was to solicit and find a partner, work out the details, bring it back to council, and then we'll hand it off and they will be approaching development services just as anyone else would. So the full integrity of that process will remain, and all of those things will come back before council as well. So moving into the mechanics of this framework, just want to go over how we've framed the recommendations and what they all mean, just for everyone's awareness. The legislative mechanism to facilitate the property tax waivers is by way of designated bylaws and associated agreements. Recommendations 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are related to this. Council will recall approving several designating bylaws and agreements for municipal capital housing project facilities for other projects just this past January. And we are also recommending the establishment of a new class of capital facilities, which is recommendation 6, for nonprofit community services to facilitate the same waiver for the hub. Recommendation 9 of the report relates to the agreement to allocate water and wastewater capacity for phase 1 of this project, subject to Newview prepaying the connection charges. While we note this property was exempted as part of the recently approved interim control bylaw, phase 1 of this project will reduce the remaining wastewater treatment capacity by about 1/3. We know there is significant demand for this remaining capacity within the development community, which is why we are calling attention to this in the interest of full transparency. This is also why we are recommending to proceed only with phase 1 of this redevelopment at this time. Recommendation 10 of the report relates to the proposed arrangement for managing the future hub tenancies. Based on our negotiations with Newview, our recommendation is that the county hold the head lease and manage tenancies with the community service agencies. We will bring back a report later this year with a sublease framework, draft lease agreement, more information about how the 20,500 square feet could be apportioned to serve the interested community service agencies. In terms of order of operations, the purchase and sale agreement, of which recommendation 2 and 3 are related, sets the process in motion. Capital facilities agreements, the service connection charge prepayment agreement, and the hub lease would be signed and either held in trust or contain language which ties their terms to the acquisition of the planning approvals. Closing of the land sale, so the final closing of the sale, would occur after the approvals are received. So what this means is we still need to go through a regular standard approvals process for rezoning and site plan before the deal to close, before Newview pays the balance of the owing on this. So there is still some process here. A few words about the planned public engagement and consultation process, and this is again in germane to what was being asked from some of the deputants. Newview has agreed to an enhanced consultation process, which is detailed in the staff report, and will include a community charrette, which is an interactive planning and design workshop that brings together residents and community agencies and other interested individuals to discuss the proposal in small groups with members of the project team. Small groups will be organized around tables with seating for facilitator and members of the public to foster open and thoughtful dialogue and allow for the voices of all community members to be heard. Again, elements that can be influenced through this process are landscaping, architectural design, parking arrangements, location of amenities such as the community garden and the park space. All those sorts of things are still open for that community engagement piece and influenced by members of the community, whether through the charrette or after the charrette, the public open house where the refined project elements will be detailed for broader public feedback before all the statutory public meetings, which are required for all the Planning Act approvals, would take place. Newview is committed to providing regular updates to the public by way of the county's project page and the council as appropriate. Housing staff will ensure that the information on the website is timely and accurate and that public inquiries are provided with responses without delay. I can say there have been at least 2 newer versions of the concept plan that Newview have been working on with increased setbacks, realignments of the green space. I know Newview is really looking forward to working with the community to bring this project forward. I don't like that this has divided the community as much as it has, and I think that together through this process and what we are recommending in terms of next steps, that we together as a community can come together and build something here that we can all be proud of.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam, for that summary of where we are now and how this is going to unfold in the coming months, and I would assume years. I'll open the floor to questions from members of council, and then we'll go from there. Councillor, and we've got Councillor Brandhorst, Councillor Maynard, and is Councillor Grosso joining us? I thought, oh, he is there, okay. All right, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. If this plan goes ahead as is, how quick would we have the affordable housing, and would it be placed ahead of any other housing whatsoever?
Your Worship,
go ahead.
Through you.
Sorry.
How quickly is as quickly as we can get, or Newview can get through the planning process? I know they are motivated. They have another development project that's coming on stream here in Picton, and there is an economy of scale to bundle this with that. But the agreement would compel them to obtain building permits within 24 months. My understanding is Newview sees it coming in as soon as possible, which would be quicker than that. The answer to your second question would be that 50% of the first phase, or 50% of both phases, would be considered or allocated as affordable.
And just as another follow-up question, I took a drive down there today, and one thing that does concern me a bit, I do have concerns about the traffic, and no doubt there will be some people handicapped moving in the area. Why haven't we done a traffic safety report? Because I believe it's critical to this.
Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson, through you. So the Newview has, and I believe it was the first piece of due diligence they did after the November meeting, have undertaken through their consultant their own preliminary review. So at this point, they are still at the table, which would indicate to me that they are confident that using the standard principles of traffic engineering, that they can address any concerns that may come up through that. Obviously, a new set of traffic counts that are not in the winter need to be undertaken, but the answer to your question is that the development review process has requirements for traffic impact studies and those sorts of studies, and that will be peer reviewed by the county's peer reviewer, and so that information is to me best left for that process. It will be done, it will be reviewed before this deal can close.
Councillor Branny?
Thank you, Mayor Ferguson.
One sec, please. We need a motion to extend. Councillor McNaughton, and seconded by Councillor Hirsch. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, go ahead. My apologies.
Thank you. First and foremost, Adam, thank you for, I appreciate when you've taken over this portfolio. It's not an easy task, and I wholeheartedly believe you and your team want to find some common ground and present something very effective for the community. There's no doubt in my mind that's the case. With the phone calls and the people in the community that I received emails, talked to people on the phone about this, not one person spoke in what I would say in a NIMBY scenario. They want what's best for the community. They want something that's going to evolve and be attached to the fabric of the already existing community. I think that's certainly laid out in our official plan that we try to do that. If anything, everybody wants to work towards something that we can all be proud of and embrace and support. That example being is I have a great deal of respect for Victoria Taylor. She presented a concept, and to be quite frank, that's sort of the vision I had in my mind of how something could look. So I guess the question I have for you, my concern, Adam, is the scale. I think it's, I don't feel it fits into the fabric of the community as it stands right now. And I think we've heard from people, they want to work with us. They want to work together to try to find a concept that we can all embrace. The question I have for you, Adam, is there an opportunity to work with the community? And I think you have said that, have somebody like Victoria come on board to help with some design concepts that she's also a member of that community, understands sort of the character that we're dealing with. I would certainly support that concept moving forward. I just can't support the density and the scale that it's at. I understand the passion about the affordable component. I'm not disputing that at all. It's just the scale and how can we, everybody's heard me say this around the table. It's all about buy-in for me, and I think we have an opportunity to try to achieve that. I see people that have spoken to this, seems that that's what they want to do. It's just a buy-in approach to trying to get everybody's head wrapped around something that we can move forward with that will benefit the community and also the residents that would take up residence in the unit. So what possibilities with the developer, do you think there is an opportunity, Adam?
Adam?
Your Worship, through you, the answer, I believe, is no. We have worked with the prospective partner on their density numbers, and certainly would be an opportunity to go back and design the site as you have indicated, but it would be without this partner and without any partner at this point. We would have to find a funding source on our own to make that happen.
Okay, we've got, Madam Clerk, Mr. Hirschfield is here. Can he respond?
Improper, but I just went. Via Victoria as the landscape architect months ago.
Okay.
Okay, so just to
Madam
be
CAO?
clear, what the issue is the number of units. This is the smallest number of units to make the pro forma work. That doesn't mean that lots couldn't change in terms of the way the site is laid out. So I'm not totally sure where your question was heading, Councillor, but that's the answer.
Okay. Councillor Engelsdorfer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a little disappointing that it's come to this. It's a project that's become kind of so confrontational and divisive that it's ripping the community apart. But I'd like to circle back to the charrette discussion. Sometimes I feel like we kind of fail at public consultation, and then this is what happens. We fill council chambers because it's the only way that people feel that they can be heard. And at that point, sometimes I feel like it's too late. So we hosted a charrette for the Wellington Town Hall, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Not everybody left happy, but it was a great process that did garner significant buy-in from the community. And I think that likely should have happened kind of before we were here tonight, but I'm just wondering, what's the timeline for that charrette? Is it going to be something coming forth quickly, or what is it in the near future, or?
Go ahead, Adam.
Through you, Your Worship. I would, before I answer your question, if I could just comment that one of the really the best public consultation charrette processes I've ever attended was the one that we did for the Wellington Beach improvements. I was energized by the level of collaboration from people from all different perspectives. But to answer your question, I believe that New View would be planning on doing that very soon, within the next couple of months. That charrette would be the first thing we want to do, and we want to get that scheduled in as quickly as possible.
Okay, good, because I think that's a good way to get everybody in the room together and work out some of these differences that seem to be coming up.
Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm glad Councillor Angersdorfer asked that, because that's kind of where I was going when I asked Marilyn the question about who met, because what I'm hearing is everybody's in favor of affordable housing. I haven't heard one person say they're not. And I myself am in favor of it. But affordable housing is affordable housing. It is not social housing, which is what I think I've heard too, that is going to be at this site. And that's not going to be. There's no social housing. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, through you, unless there's a separate arrangement with the Quinty's Isle, the portion that's subject to the recommendations in this report is affordable, not social.
Okay, so that, can I just
go ahead?
So if there's an agreement with Quinty Isle, does that social housing cut into the affordable housing?
No, it is outside of any agreement the county would have.
Okay, so it's 50% plus.
Your Worship, potentially, but we're not party to any of those conversations that are going on between New View and any other nonprofit housing provider.
Okay, so can I just carry on?
Got another question?
Yeah,
one more.
Yep. So, yeah, I guess a comment. So, I guess my comment is I'm not going to support what's in front of us. I'm not, because I think overall the county is missing an opportunity here to set itself up for the future. And this here, you know, we've heard a lot about affordable housing. One person said about jobs. It's a cascading effect. So housing, you can talk about housing, but you need to talk about industry, jobs. You need to have all that. And then, you know, for the county itself, we're talking about selling buildings and everything else to try and generate revenue. This was an opportunity, in my mind, that we could have used this building to get a bunch of things that would benefit the whole community. But I guess when the time comes, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple motions that I'd like to put forward.
Okay, well,
so
got a ways to go.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just wait. I'll ask my next question. I'll wait for my next question.
Okay, Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a lot of questions, and for those who remember when this first came, I voted against buying this with this, knowing that this would happen or expecting this could happen. And I don't think, and follow up to Councillor Nyman, I don't think the school board would have sold it to us if they thought we were going to flip it for a huge profit. I think one of the conditions that we laid out, we as a council, was that we would try and develop it for housing, and that's why they accepted our offer, probably with a smile on their face. But anyways, so I had a lot of questions going back to traffic and a lot of the unknowns, and I think Director Goheen kind of answered some of those, and I actually wrote down his comment was the full integrity of the planning process will remain. So to me, this is a huge motion, a lot of bullets and a lot of stuff, but you know, I always say we're going to dummy it down, and for me, we're selling this to New View with a bunch of conditions today, and then they will be responsible to follow every other developer's process through this. That's what I'm I'm seeing, and that's what I'm hope I see. Is that just, because then the traffic study will get wrapped in, the public consultation will get wrapped in and all that kind of stuff, because they'll be treated just like any other developer that we deal with in the municipality if we agree to sell this parcel to them today at what I see as no cost to the municipality, because our carrying costs are getting covered too.
Adam?
Your worship, through you, that's correct, Councillor Prinzen. Really, one of the big items here from the New View perspective is the go-ahead or council's nod to spend the next $500,000 in consulting to move the project forward into the planning processes. There's obviously no guarantee at the end of the day, let's say, as there would be any other planning process that'll come forward to you, but New View requires at least the ability to move to the next step on this project, but you are correct.
Quick follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
So if New View doesn't get the results in their consultation, could we be sitting here and they walk away? Explain to me what's going to happen then.
Well, through your worship, we hope they don't, but they could, and if they do, you'll have me back here with a report as to how to move forward.
Try to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we won't have done anything about the need. Okay. Other questions? Councillor Roberts. And Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you. Thanks for covering us old guys' backs there. Okay. I got lots of paper here, lots of notes. Adam, I think you buried the lead, from my perspective anyway. $100 million brought to this economy with a modest multiplier effect. I think the going rate for multiplier effect for residential builds is somewhere between 1.6 and 2 point something. So another 50 to 150 million dollars in the economy, plus what's being put into this. That's pretty damn impressive, especially when we're struggling to address economic development and where the whole country is seized with really precarious economic circumstances for probably the next 3 years. So that's a big plus. When I look at page 59 of the report, excuse me for flipping around here, I think it's made pretty clear that, well, you've said it already, but I'll just say it because we like to get quoted in the newspapers. That the review was conducted by a panel of municipal staff representing the Housing Development Service and Planning section and Finance and IT departments. That's pretty impressive. I underlined the planning part. So planning was always there. Planning was also there when the respondents refined their proposals in consultation with Housing, Planning, Development Services. Planning was always there. So thank you for making it clear that that was a very misleading comment. I turn to page 61, where it's very clear again that in the term sheet, as we now have, it's very clear that the private partner will exceed the public consultation process described by the Planning Act and related regulations. That couldn't be any clearer, right? Unless someone can tell me it could be clearer. And then when you look at the people who have supported, or the entities that have supported this, the Chamber of Commerce, well, they should know something about our economy, about housing issues and crises. And they say they support the Queen Elizabeth School redevelopment project as proposed by New View Holdings. This project represents, and these are their words, a critical investment in the future of Prince Edward County, offering significant benefits for workers, housing, economic development, and community sustainability. That's our Chamber of Commerce. These people are business people. They understand what's needed by this community. I think every one of us around this horseshoe have also quoted as authority the County Foundation. Well, they happen to be another entity that's supporting this. Through their vital signs work, they continue to see an increased need for accessible and affordable housing for our community. As many are aware, housing prices have surged, they go on, etc. But the punchline is, this is an urgent need for a diverse range of affordable housing models in the redevelopment of Queen Elizabeth School is a unique opportunity. So who deals the most in the county? I guess many organizations probably deal with some, but who deals the most with people that are marginalized, vulnerable? I'd say that the Prince Edward Learning Center is a pretty good candidate for the best authority about what's needed by those members of our community. And what do they say? And, you know, PELC probably gets to hear those voices. So I think we should listen to them, because I think that's what gave rise to the Prince Edward Learning Center saying, many of our clients, students, staff, and board members are Picton residents and QE school site neighbors. As an organization serving the community, we support the site development and welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the neighborhood to ensure it is equitable for all, which is what we will do through that consultation process. They go on to say that Prince Edward County is experiencing a severe rental shortage compounded by historical rental stock deficit and increase in the number of seasonal residents and short-term accommodations, increasing house prices and shifting demographic patterns. And there's a raft of statistics. Just one. Only 18.4% of Prince Edward County households rent, far below the 31.4% provincial average. Not because of a lack of demand, but because rental options simply don't exist for those folks. Nearly 40% of tenants spend over 30% of their income on rent. That's a lot. And then we all got copies of this, posted on websites, lots of Facebook activity around it. People had all kinds of brave words about what we're going to do about it. Housing, vital signs. Straight from the vital signs document. The social and economic well-being of a population depends on affordable housing. Housing insecurity is rising among low-income residents. Subsidized housing takes 7 years on a wait list. There is an urgent need for a diverse range of affordable housing models. And then if we're going to talk about the emails and phone calls that we got, I think we all got one from someone that stands to benefit from affordable housing. Pretty articulate one, without naming names, but an individual who would benefit from, who's also a community member of our county community, and asking to be heard about what they want. The person writes, to express my support for an affordable housing development at the Queen Elizabeth site. I understand there is unfortunately some resistance to this from a small minority of Picton residents, including calls to have a project design that includes a higher rate of market housing. But this does not reflect broader community sentiments or community needs. I encourage council and staff to continue to prioritize safe and stable housing as a human right for all members of our community. So those are the voices I'm listening to, and I will support this recommendation by staff.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Roberts. You've encapsulated a lot of things that I couldn't say nearly as well, so we'll just leave it in your voice. Adam, thanks very much for the report and for all the work that you've done on this, and especially as you introduced this item, detailing the process that we will still be going through, and much of it is still to come. And I think I'm personally am confident that through the consultation process, which is ahead of us and which is legally encapsulated in the decision we make here tonight, many of the concerns that folks have will be satisfactorily dealt with. But from a business standpoint, as you've noted, there is one that probably won't be dealt with to some people's satisfaction, and that's the density level, the number of units. And folks may remember that the new view originally started with 248 units, and this has been talked down to 198 now as being the minimum that they can build to actually make this work. And this is a business proposition, and we have to recognize that. And folks will also remember that we started out with a wide-ranging EOI process and invited everyone in the world to suggest what they would do with the site. And we narrowed that down to the point now that we do have, finally, one operator that is prepared to go ahead. So I'm happy with that density. I know not everybody is, and I'm convinced that we will come to a good conclusion on landscaping, park space, reduce the parking, all those issues that people talked about. And at the end of the day, that this will be quite satisfactory and be a big help in solving our affordable housing issues. So I'm in favor of the proposals as put to us. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, I had another couple questions. We're talking about how much money this is going to put into the community if this project goes ahead. But it's my understanding the tendency is a contractor out of GTA area could in fact not put 5 cents into our community, our building trades and everything else. That is a concern. Also, once again, if we approve this tonight, where does that stand if we're coming back later and let's do a traffic study and it proves that it's a problem? Where does that make us? We've already basically sold the property, and I got a concern on that.
Adam, can you respond?
Your Worship, through you. Now, I'm sure it'll be up to Newview who they use for a builder, but in their original proposal, they were recommending a much closer contractor in their portfolio. So I wouldn't say necessarily that contractor would be a GTA contractor. So there's likely going to be some spin-off in that area for this project as well, just on the basis of it's less expensive to source local than from elsewhere in the contracting community. But the other answer to your question is as you've seen in other rezoning applications, other Planning Act approvals, the legwork needs to be done with the traffic study. But I'll tell you, as I have earlier in the meeting, that Newview's consultants have already looked at the traffic, and obviously it's a standardized process for evaluating the impact of traffic, and but that still needs to be done, and it will be done as part of the planning approval process that's yet to come. If the traffic doesn't work, the deal won't conclude.
Okay.
Then why wouldn't we find that out first? This is my other question.
There's still, through your worship, work to do on the site plan design, and when that's done, or as that's being done, the consultant will pay for. Right? These traffic studies are very expensive, and I think that it's the approach we're taking here is to have Newview fund and facilitate that work.
Right. As you mentioned in your summary at the beginning, there are studies and all kinds of things that still have to be undertaken. Newview has to undertake. Councillor Mignon?
Thank you. And just following along the conversation about the traffic study, I would urge the developer to include pedestrian safety in that study to ensure that it is a traffic and pedestrian safety study when they get to it. I think that's critical for that neighborhood. It's been identified by several of the local residents, and also, there is, I think, about 1,100 students who hopefully some of whom will be able to walk more all the time. So I would urge that to be included. I did want to refer back to our secondary plan and our official plan in speaking about my support for the density. And I'm just going to read a short passage on page 45 of the official plan, which does at the very top say a livable community is one that's been thoughtfully and sustainably designed, providing attainable and affordable housing. And it goes on. It has a lot of very beautiful sentiments. It goes on in the middle of page 45 to say housing is vital to the creation of healthy, sustainable, and complete communities. Residents of all ages, income levels, and physical abilities rely on a range and mix of housing types to offer a meaningful place to grow and a safe and secure place to live. An appropriate range of housing choices contributes to the overall health and well-being of communities. And we've heard a lot tonight, and I hear a lot in my 6 years of being a counselor. I've heard an awful lot about the need for housing and how it impacts people's lives, and how, and I want to reiterate 6 years of talking about it, and now we're doing something about it. And so I do also support the density. And I am encouraged by many of the comments here tonight to talk about incorporating as much green space as possible, incorporating more trees, reducing parking if possible, and a number of the comments we heard also about the advantages of this site, that this is disturbed ground already. And I'm also encouraged that this is going to be an at-cost community hub space. So I think there's an awful lot to recommend the bones that that we see before us tonight, and I think they're pretty meaty bones already. But the design piece comes later, and I'm grateful for that. And I want to apologize to constituents who I personally made promises years ago when we just started talking about Queenie that you know, I said public consultation, of course, will be involved throughout the process. And it's not always been a clear path for the municipality or for me as a councillor. I won't speak for my colleagues. It's not always been a clear path because we were hoping for public funding, which didn't materialize. So we had to change course. We had to change course several times. There was not always a clear trajectory until there was. And that's when we were able to even conceive of what that public consultation could move forward as, and what shape it could take. And I'm grateful to staff. And I potentially could have gone knocking door to door myself and did actually talk about that with a couple of colleagues at one point. But at this point, I'm very confident in the idea of a charrette process. I've found them myself to be very a good way to bring people together and to hash out any potential problems. Again, though, I want to reiterate my commitment to maintaining as much density as possible. And I think that sums up what I would like to say. Thanks very much.
Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Your Worship, and actually, thank you very much, Councillor McNaughton. Yeah, I think you're articulating a lot of the thoughts and the words that I have on this subject with regards to where we are in the process and where we will be going, and more importantly, where we were, and the multiple changes. And I won't call it just changing gears, but we were changing lanes, trying to get this done. And I very much, I'm not going to reiterate anything you said, but thank you for clearly stating that. I do want to kind of add on to what Councillor Roberts had mentioned. You'd mentioned some quotes about particularly the Chamber of Commerce. Our own Picton Business Association also sent us correspondence, and they were very clear that too many people have worked too long and too hard on this imperative initiative. And where am I going here? We need to keep moving forward. I'm paraphrasing a couple of things here. I'll just go straight to the punch. The Picton BIA strongly urges our elected representatives to see this fundamentally imperative project through. There has never been a more important time for us to come together as a community and build on the momentum we have around affordable housing. I think that those words are clear, and we heard that from the community as well. I'm recognizing that, and I think it is important that we need to come together. The plan that is before us now, which is much different than what we've seen in the past, will do just that. I am totally confident in that. The community will be included in the process. This is step one. I guess it would be step two, actually, but since we got to the point where the negotiations started, but following through on every other step that a normal development is required to do involves the public, and it will. And I absolutely support that, and I will do everything I can to ensure that that occurs. There was a question, I believe from Mr. Sykes, I don't know if he's still here or not, with regards to the need in the community. And I'm just like to, I don't know, I don't think he's here now, but I think it's important that everybody hear this. I asked for some statistics locally on our housing statistics and the need for this in our community. And staff were gracious enough to give me some numbers. So PELUS, our Prince Edward, Lennox, and Addington Social Service housing waiting list. And bear in mind that the number I'm going to state, 611 applicants, is across both communities, but you have to recognize that there's a very large proportion of that are people that are here in our community on a waiting list looking for just social housing. And I further asked how many applicants, and Mr. Sykes asked that, how many applicants are out there looking for housing in our community. 293 applicants are on our waiting list right now. They have applied through the Affordable Housing or Housing Department's portal. 293 people waiting. This proposal is for 125 units, only half of them being affordable. So I just let that number sink in. Half of them are one-person households. 23% are two-person. They are seeking, 45% of them are seeking one bedroom, 36% are seeking two bedrooms. That's exactly what this project is going to deliver. So as part answer to Mr. Sykes and general information for everybody, I felt it was important. And you can see that information on the municipal website. I'm not making this up. So in the end, I am going to support this. I believe it's important that we move this to the next step. It's really important. To just let it go now means that everything else that's happened in the past is gone by the wayside, and we are no further ahead and no further closer to assisting those in our community that are in the greatest of need. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Want to make a comment? Okay. Yeah, I'll come back to you because I know what you want. Okay, Councilor Grasso.
Hello, thank you, sir. Yes, just a couple of quick questions. One is to Adam. Is there any way that the traffic study that was done by the development there, is there any way to make that public?
Your Worship, I would say no, given the very preliminary nature of it. They really need to do some new counts, in my opinion. So I wouldn't say that would be made available.
Okay, and just another quick little follow up. Did any of the deputations that wanted a pause on this project, in your opinion, have any valid points that you can address tonight?
I didn't hear the question clearly enough. Did you hear it?
I can repeat it if you like.
Oh, and if I may, Councillor Grasso, if there are any points of the deputations that you want Adam to address?
If there was any deputations that wanted a pause on this project, if Adam could maybe address some of those points. I guess that's my question.
Get that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, that's a fairly broad question, but I truly believe, as I stated in my comments, that there are lots of details with respect to this project that are yet to be decided. And I think architectural design and the fit of the design of these buildings within the neighborhood is very important. I think that is a critical element here, and I think we can overcome that through New View and their consultants. So I certainly think that that is something, along with the parking, which we would, of course, want to see reduced, lots of different green space, a really attractive design. And as I said, Newview is ready to come to the table at the Charettes and really go through all of this with the community. They're excited to do so. So I think that a lot of the different concerns that were brought forward tonight by the deputants can be addressed as we move forward through the next steps.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Thanks.
And I'll say something, and then Councillor Nyman.
Just a question on the community hub portion, Adam. So the county's leasing the 20,000 square feet, and then we're going to sublease that out. Do we have the resources in-house to be able to manage those leases? And then also, I know when we did the tenant selection committee, we had a lineup of organizations waiting to be tenants, but just what happens if they don't amount to the full space? What's the financial risk there for the municipality?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Engelsdorfer. So we'll recall that the last work of the tenant selection committee still identified far oversubscribed demand for the space than is even part of this proposal. So we feel that the risk is fairly low, but you are correct, it does exist. But this is an element that Newview has negotiated with us on the basis of how difficult it is, almost impossible to fund the non-residential component. So the answer to your question is I believe we are seeking long-term leases with the partner agencies. So that said, there should be fairly low burden from our perspective to administer that head lease.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, just I'll go to you. Councillor Roberts, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go first. No, you go first. Okay. I have a question, but I just wanted to congratulate Director Goheen. I think I began this journey on affordable housing 11 years ago when first elected, on the premise that it could only be accomplished through public-private partnerships. I'm grateful and appreciative that he's brought this forward now in the spirit of it's never too late. My question is coming back to accessibility. On our municipal website under short-term accommodations, we state that we encourage owners and operators to remove barriers for people with disabilities wherever possible. And my question is, can we apply the same concern for accessibility to our private sector partner as we go forward? And that is the removal, where possible, of barriers for people with disabilities.
Madam CAO.
Through the mayor to Councillor Roberts, absolutely. And I would just remind everyone through the planning process, when we get to site plan, accessibility is a lens that we take on all of the site plan review, and we send all of the site plans to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for their feedback and advice.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Just question, Councillor McNaughton?
Yes. Just one final question. Further to the traffic study discussion, I would note a member of the public, and I can't remember who mentioned that the study should take place while school is in session. And I would just want to reiterate that. And also, I would just, a few other people spoke to the lack of fairness between developments being permitted to go ahead without affordable inclusions or tiny affordable inclusions. And I would say that that's the responsibility of the province. They prevented municipalities from creating policies that involve proper inclusionary zoning of, say, a 20% dedication. This is such a special opportunity because there's this additional agreement. So that's why it seems like there are so many developments that council is permitting to go ahead without those inclusions. It's because we're not allowed to demand them. So I just wanted to cover off that question. I think most of us at this table would love to require every development to be 50% affordable.
Okay, thank you. There's not a lot. There's not a lot I can add. I was going to cite all the correspondence that we have received over the past several weeks from the organizations that Councillor Roberts mentioned, the Chamber, the BIA, Community Care, numerous others, and dozens of individuals who were commenting on their particular circumstances. We know about their circumstances. We established as a council that our number one priority is housing, particularly affordable housing. We have an obligation, we have a responsibility as a municipal government, as a community, to make sure that everybody has an opportunity, including the opportunity to live in the community in safety and security. The proposal that we're considering tonight is going to go through considerable scrutiny, conversation, meetings, and the word consultation has certainly been spoken about, but it's also included in the report. That will be undertaken before, so that as several people have said, we get this right, because we want to get it right too. But getting it right means providing and making sure that we take care of our residents that really need help. And this project in this location can offer that assistance to some people, not everybody that needs it, but it's a rare opportunity. And I think, Adam, you've done a great job with the report and explaining the report, explaining the next steps. There will be more involvement with New View coming forward to present ideas on the basis of public consultation. So I want to thank you for your engagement in moving this forward. It is so important. And I fully support it as it stands. Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, kind of what I heard tonight was everybody's for it, but they'd like to have some input they'd like to see at the start so that everybody understands what's on the table. And so we've done it in Wellington with the town hall. Adam, you referenced the beach, the Wellington beach. And I think that they were done before somebody was there to take over and do it. So I guess what I heard was the public wants to be a part of it. So why can we not have a charrette next month to start that process, and it would show goodwill on all parties that, as Councillor Roberts said, they're going to exceed the public consultation. This is a good first step for that. So I'd like to just put a motion to pause it until the 1st of May, if the charrette can happen in the next month. Is that doable?
Through you, Your Worship, my recommendation would be that we move forward with this because the consultant will have to engage with it costs money to do it. And so I think that it's going to happen anyway. So I'm not certain, certainly at this point, what would be gained by pausing this because the charrette was already planned, and I'm assuming it will happen in the next month. Yes, the charrette is going to be scheduled soon.
I guess for me, and maybe I'm not making the point, or everybody that spoke didn't make the point. You have that before you make the deal, so everybody understands what the deal is. That's what the point of the charrette is, the first charrette, so that they know, so that their input that they're gonna put may have a little more clout, or the input that the developers has more clout. But once the deal is signed, what's to say that if I go and say something, it doesn't fall on deaf ears? That's the point of the first charrette in that first month.
Adam?
Through your worship, I would just say that this is a P3, so it is taking a slightly different tack than what we're used to. And I would point out that the Wellington Beach charrette that I referenced was such a memorable experience for me in terms of what I got out of it personally and what I think the community got out of the plan. But that plan has zero funding. Who knows to say when that'll ever be implemented? And that's the disappointing part of that. So yes, this process put those negotiations to bring that partner to the table before that, but we have to have an understanding, as I said, with the partnership that we're all going to get something out of this. So that's why in this case we pretty much had to work with these negotiations, because we have to keep them at the table. And that's why we're recommending that the charrette happen now. And council will have every decision making process through the approvals to codify this, to get this solidified. So this is all part and parcel of what we're recommending, is what I think you're saying.
Okay, so I'll make the motion is to that effect, that this be delayed until the first council meeting in May, which I don't know the date, and that first charrette, initial charrette, could be organized in the next month to include everybody. I don't know how the clerk wants to word that, but Councilor Engelsdorfer will be the seconder.
Okay.
Then I have another question, if I can.
We put them just.
Well, my second motion could tie into the first, or I can just make the second. I'll make the first one. I'll make them separate.
Okay, so you've got a motion on the floor at this point. Seconder is Councillor Engelsdorfer. Any questions about it? Okay, I'm not. I will say that I'm not. We have an immediate and pressing problem, and the more there is going to be public consultation. We've heard that from Adam and certainly from the proponent. So I don't agree with the motion. I can't support it because we can't keep kicking things down the road. And as we heard, and as was so eloquently spoken by Councillor Roberts, we've got to get at least a dent into this. So that's my view. Councillor Pennell, is your hand up?
Yes. I will support that motion for that short period. And in fairness on it, we heard tonight that the planning department has been involved through this whole situation. That is the first time I've heard that. And it makes me wonder how many things could be missed by not just slowing down for a month and do that. Otherwise, we're being asked to approve something that we never had a traffic study. That should have been the first thing that ever happened. And when it comes to the motion, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on it.
Councillor Hirsch and Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we also have to recognize that this is a business situation, and we need to show good faith to New View Developments that we are prepared to move forward with this, with all the conditions that are in these documents, which deal with all of the issues that we've been talking about. So I see no purpose to be gained in delaying making a decision. In fact, there is a risk if we were to delay. Thank you.
Councillor St. Jean?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Councillor Hirsch. You said a little bit of what I was thinking. There is nothing to be gained by delaying. The process has been outlined very clearly. The charrette will occur. And as Councillor Hirsch stated, I think it's, no, I don't think, I believe that it is a show of bad faith on our part. If I was somebody coming to do business here with the municipality and this is what was expected of me when I'd already said, no, I'm going to do all of the following. And now you just want to kick it down the road for another month or two. And I'm sorry, but that just doesn't sit well with me. We need to move forward. There's been a very clearly laid out plan, step by step, multi-step, multiple decision points for council. Let's move forward. I don't understand why there's this sentiment, oh, we got to slow down.
Okay.
At some point, we have to make a decision. And this is the right thing to do to move forward now. I will not be supporting a deferral.
Okay. All right, Councillor Pennell has asked for a recorded vote. If we had the motion? Oh, sorry, Councillor Roberts, did I miss you?
Perhaps there are others around the horseshoe that have worked with P3s before, but I know I have. And I can tell you that negotiations are pretty tight. There are two parties. One's process focused, the other one is implementation focused. Compromise and give and take is the nature of the beast, and good faith is what has come forward to us in this proposal by staff. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, let's go with the Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, I'll now call the recorded vote. Councillor Pennell?
In favor.
Councillor Nyman?
In favor.
Councillor Prinzen?
Opposed to.
Councillor Roberts?
Opposed to.
Councillor St. Jean?
Opposed to.
Councillor Harrison?
Opposed to.
Councillor Grosso?
Opposed to.
Councillor Branderhorst?
Opposed.
Councillor Engelsdorfer?
In favor.
Councillor Hirsch?
Opposed.
Councillor McNaughton?
Opposed.
Councillor Brainy?
Opposed.
Councillor Maynard?
Opposed.
Mayor Ferguson?
Opposed?
The motion is lost.
Right, okay. Good, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it sounds like this development's going to go forward, or it's going to pass here. So I guess we have a street there, Barker Street, that is in need of repair. And I guess this development is going to benefit greatly from that street once it's redone, reconstructed. So I guess development pays for development, and this would be a good time to have them share the cost of reconstructing Barker Street. They're going to make a lot of money off this, and it's time. Yes, sir. Are they getting half of it's going to be market value? So you can do the numbers, but I guess, and no taxes. So for the next 20 years. So I guess, have we ever had that discussion to have them help pay for reconstructing Barker Street? And if I have to, I'll make a motion to that effect.
Adam?
Your Worship, through you, no, we have not. I don't believe that the profit picture is quite as fulsome as you're imagining, but no, we have not had that conversation.
Okay.
So can you want me to make the motion, or?
Well, where you want to go? Do you want another comment?
I want to have that discussed, because I think that, like you say, they're going to benefit the most of it. So that discussion should happen.
So you want to put forward a motion?
That if that's what we need. We need a motion to have staff.
So through the chair to Councillor Nyman, just to be clear, that I understand what you're trying to say. So the Barker Street, we're in the beginning part of a development charges studies, and we haven't identified what would be required to be paid for by developers, but typically you identify the streets where there is new development happening. So I would expect that Barker Street would be on the list of what we put in the development charges study, but that process is still happening. In the meantime, we have a connection charge system, which means they would have to pay connection charges that are intended to help support the cost of the infrastructure in place. Are you asking for, when you say that they share the cost, they will share the cost through either development charges or connection charges, or are you asking for it to be built into the deal that they pay for that reconstruction of the road?
Yes, they pay for some, because that will probably have to upsize the pipe, a portion of it, to accommodate what's coming out of that site. So I don't know, I've never seen any plans or anything, but at some point there probably will have to be upsizing of the infrastructure in the ground. So, and I guess why, and we've had this discussion over the number of years that I've sat here, is why should the ratepayers have to pay for the upsize to accommodate development?
You want to speak to that?
Adam,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Your Worship. Through you, just want to clarify the comment about off-site work. So we're in the process, the county's in the process of finalizing its master servicing plan, and as part of that, all the infrastructure was identified and modeled, right, for capacity. And this project was included. My predecessor, at the very beginning of that process, provided a unit count 2 engineering that was then fed into the system. So to my knowledge, no off-site water and wastewater infrastructure will be impacted by this. It has capacity and ability to service this site in its ultimate form.
Okay. Yeah. Back to you.
Yeah, okay. So then my next question is, obviously there's going to be site work needs to happen. Entrances, and I've never seen any site work, so I don't know where the driveways or entrances or anything is, but anything that comes out on Barker Street, then the developer pays for any work on Barker Street. So again, if we're gonna do a little chunk of Barker Street to accommodate that entrance or whatever it is, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way, but we're gonna look foolish if we do a little surface some work on the top and don't do anything underground. So if we're going to do anything on the top, then the underground work should be done too, and the developer should help pay for that. So
okay,
I don't know if we do that now or if there's an opportunity in the near future to put that on the table.
It's part of the planning process. Councillor Vanderhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I feel that I get where Councillor Nyman's coming from. I agree. I don't like putting down a road and then finding out that we have to do all the underground waterworks directly out of it or after it. Or specifically, we just had a fun issue with Pine Ridge, where we had to put in a really large sidewalk to accommodate their movement pathway. And that ended up being on us and not the developer. And I understand, we do need good movement, we do need good pedestrian pathways, we do need good crossing. I think Councillor McNaughton said it earlier, along with other comments that we've heard from the audience and emails that we've had. This needs to be movable, safe. And I guess this is more a question to the CAO, because I don't know if the Director of Housing will be able to answer it. With that new roadway that was going towards the high school, it's that little one-way road. The underground water had to be done with that also, or did it not at budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Branderhorst, you mean Elm Street, and it was in the budget as both a wastewater project and a roads project because it was the advice of staff that it be done together. And to Councillor Nyman's point, that is typically how we approach all of our road works. If we know that we are going to resurface the urban road, we would look to move forward the underground at the same time. And there are other locations in Picton where the road was getting redone after or related to construction of a project, and we look to align the pieces. In terms of who pays for it, we typically use either development charges or connection charges to do that, and this is a issue that is dealt with as part of the planning process. The Pine Ridge example about the sidewalk, I would say, that was a different moment in time where we were pretty lucky anybody wanted to do anything of buildings. So we made a lot of concessions that we probably wouldn't make in today's market. So council still has that decision as to how we would manage these things at the planning process side. But at this point, until we have a site layout, we know exactly how much parking, it will affect the traffic plan, it will affect the road works. It's too early right now to know exactly what those are, but I do think you have the planning process as the means to make those conditions.
Okay. Councilor Branderhorst?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. I really appreciate that, CAO, because I think that helps ease my mind. I'm not going to speak for Councillor Nyman on it, but for me, having some of these concerns helps, in the history of Pine Ridge helps too, as I was not on council at the time. But yes, I would like to just, and I don't know where Councillor Nyman's motion is going to land, but just that staff really takes that into consideration, direction when during the planning process, that those elements get looked over with a fine-tooth comb. Not saying that they won't, but this is my time to ask and to speak about it and to make sure that
The director's nodding his head.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything? No? Okay. I'm going to call the
I
question.
do have one question, so we don't need a motion then. I guess, I'm just trying to make sure that the ratepayers aren't paying for anything. So I guess you don't need a motion, and you're guaranteeing us that any work, the developer's gonna help share the cost, I guess is what I'm hearing. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
through you, we still have the plan to work through the details of the site plan, but certainly any site development that requires, new entrances and, relocation of curbs and new storm sewer connections and all those sorts of things are all part and parcel. And so we'll see that roll out as the design moves into the detail phase. But yes, the developer is always responsible for those works that are related to their project.
Okay. All right, Councilor Brainy, and then we'll
Is this
move on.
this the main motion?
Sorry?
This is the main motion?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sharing the same thoughts that Councillor Prinzen had expressed earlier. I've been consistent from the moment go, and I didn't even want to enter into an agreement to purchase this property. It's just because I'm concerned about the costs, the questions. I still have a number of questions, and I've certainly reflected on my concern with the density. I don't believe it fits into the fabric of the existing community, and I would really like to see that changed. So I won't be supporting this, but for those reasons, and I've expressed these concerns right from day one.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote on the main motion.
Recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Your Worship, I'll now call the recorded vote. Councillor Hirsch.
In favor.
Councillor McNaughton.
In favor.
Councillor Brainy.
Opposed.
Councillor Maynard,
In favor.
Councillor Grosso,
In favor.
Councillor Nyman,
Opposed?
Councillor Prinzen,
In favor.
Councillor Roberts,
In favor.
Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you. In favor.
Councillor Harrison,
In favor.
Councillor Pennell,
Oppose.
Councillor Branderhorst,
Favor.
Councillor Engelsdorfer,
In favor.
Mayor Ferguson.
In favor?
That's 10 in favor, 3 opposed, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So we are now at item 8. Madam Clerk? Could I have a mover and a seconder for item 8, please? Bylaws for consideration. A mover and seconder. Councillor St. Jean.
Your worship, sorry.
Sorry.
Apologizing, conferring with the clerk, you'll notice that there was a duplicate description of the bylaw 13.1.2. And so the clerk will be revising that to reference the capital facilities agreement and not the agreement of purchase and sale for the second time there.
So the bylaws are correct in the package, the titles in the agenda are wrong.
Okay. So we're okay to approve this, okay? Moved by Councillor St. Jean, seconded by Councillor McNaughton.
Okay, just as I'm reading it out for clarity, which one am I not reading? Okay, so,
It's just different, Councillor St. Jean.
okay, all right, I want to make sure I'm reading it correctly.
Councillor St. Jean, if you use the text from 13.1. Oh, okay, oh.
Read the numbers with the exception of 13.1 point. All of them as is? Okay,
Yeah.
you're really confusing me this late at night.
Please.
Okay. You're all stressing me out here. So this is St. Jean McNaughton motion that the following bylaws be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Bylaws 13.1.1 through 13.1.5.
Thank you. Those in favor? That carries. Now we'll move on to the confirmatory bylaw. Mover and a seconder for item 9.1, please. Councillor Prinzen and Councillor Engelsdorfer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prince and Engelsdorfer motion that the following bylaw be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A bylaw, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the County of Prince Edward at the special meeting held March 24th, 2024.
Thank you. Those in favor? That carries. And the motion to adjourn. Councillor Prinzen and Councillor Branderhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prince and Branderhorst motion this meeting now adjourned at 10:11 p.m.
Thank you. Those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much, everybody.
The
Hi.